My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
It is currently 5:58 a.m. on Sunday, May 22nd, 2022, and I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and I am sleeping where the entity right now flew over by helicopter and did so with amplified audible activity, because the entity engages in this on an ongoing pattern without sounding. In other words, letting you know that there's a helicopter over you. So the entity is engaging in this conduct at that moment with that intent to disturb sleep, to terrorize and harass, in other words, and does so at 5:58 a.m. And so I want to document that on my podcast. This is the Ontario Police Department flying over me, just like you saw in my video yesterday morning. The Ontario Police Department flying directly over my head by helicopter. This is what the Ontario Police Department just did right now at the Ontario Museum. Waking me up and flying directly over the side of the museum where I'm at, not flying over the bus stop down the street, flying directly over me, just like you saw yesterday. Saturday morning, the Ontario Police Department flying directly over me. It's 5:59 a.m. This is the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And again, this is not only the entity that is group stalking. I am sleeping at this hour, and the entity is also engaging in what is group stalking in methods that are inconspicuous, if you will. I want to be clear. This stalking by helicopter is designed both to monitor and to terrorize and harass. So while the entity is doing this, so I just want to break down when I'm sleeping, the entity's intent is to harass and terrorize and disrupt sleep. This is both petty and pathetic, but it's also that terrorism, and I want to point that out. And I have so heavily documented the group stalking and terrorism by the Ontario Police that I can reference previously documented criminal activity that they are engaging in. That's exactly what they did right now. It's 5:59 a.m. right now. And this is P.O.C. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And it is 5:59 a.m. on Sunday, May 22nd, 2022. And this is P.O.C.
All right, license plate 7R15995. License 8EBK742, 5FNG846, 26693S2, 8EEB813, I think, 8DKF650, 6UJR874, 56448F2, 39638D3, 7VCP376, 7HCL282, 5G73868, 8CBW761, 8ZTC288, 8NRN776. These are violent sex offenders with ongoing knowledge of your physical person being physically indisposed, your genitalia being exposed, what you're doing with your genitalia, engaging in what is the creation of audible activity. This is that demonic conduct. 7YJY704. This is that demonic conduct that is used with regard to what has been predatory, creating that demonic environment audibly with knowledge of the fact that you're physically indisposed. That's the sex offender. 5BAC326. That's what the people of the state are engaging in. While they are also engaging in what is the sexual violation of what are terrorists, the demons that get in position all around you while you're physically indisposed. All right, hiding around the bathroom, crossing path as you seek to document the fact that there's sex offenders monitoring you under the fake sun, by the way. And this is what I'm documenting. And these are the minions that are group stalking, engaging in what is bathroom monitoring, doing so with the government that's stalking by helicopter. Okay, 8 U.S.C 706, sex offenders creating amplified audible activity with simultaneity to my person being physically indisposed, engaging in a private activity, genitalia exposed with that ongoing knowledge. That's a sex offender. 5TGX074. This is the people of the state. It is currently 9:09 a.m. and the people of the state. That sex offender includes United Airlines. Let me show you this. License plate 6VVH653, 8EXG558, 8YTB905, 4T53046. Sex offenders, okay? And doing so under the fake sun. It's currently 9:10 a.m. You're mindful of the 8BFB515, the entity that engages in 60YF731 and 8TPB478. The entity that engages in 8LX and 655, the pattern of creating audible activity, replicating whatever it is that I've documented that they engaging in audible activity and increasing that volume. For example, when I'm speaking highly damning evidence that Satan can't stand to hear me document and publish. The entity engaging in what is the pattern of conduct with regard to what is expression of hostility as I am publishing their criminal activity. You're remembering all the patterns that I've shown you about this demon-possessed population. The entity, you're cognizant of that while I'm documenting the pattern of conduct while you're inside of a private space. 18256N2, 8UEP930, C932W1, speaking to what is the obsessed stalker that is at all times paying very close attention. Stalking, okay? Stalking literally based on literally the syllables that I utter as I utter them. And so this is speaking to what is a very, very sickening aspect of the sex offender that are the people of the state. Monitoring while they know panties are down, while they know genitalia is exposed, and stalking with audible activity creation. That is one that is not only showing hostility while they don't want to hear you recite their license plate, while they accelerate on the street, which is amplified audible activity. It's amplified, it's demonic, or it's not even the actual volume of that vehicle. You're dealing with a bunch of demon-possessed people. BARIGAS 190593. That same exact knowledge, though, that same exact mindset, that same exact intent is then translated into what is the bathroom. Let me be clear. The target individual that is sleeping on the street, if you are sleeping in a mansion in Hollywood, the government has no right to place you under surveillance, and the government is a sex offender in doing so. And not only that, a demon-possessed one. Okay? That's terrorism that you're subject to while they're listening to whatever it is that you're doing in the bathroom, creating audible activity with simultaneous specific knowledge of the fact of whether you're sitting up, standing down, whether your legs are spread open or closed. Okay, whether you're engaged in 7W46170, whether you are engaged in reaching up or reaching down or whatever it is. I'm just speaking very specific. That same knowledge carries on into the bathroom, and I'm identifying the sex offenders that are United Airlines. Okay, the entity engaging in that, every license plate that I just read, and that's on behalf of the people of the state who are violent sex offenders. 6XZE939, 8AWA319, 62995V2, 41555D2. As the entity has therefore demonstrated, 2851437, the entity has already demonstrated the intent, the ongoing specific knowledge that they maintain while a demonic environment that you are audibly perceiving is created and maintained. They've already demonstrated that. That is occurring inside of the bathroom. So what do you call one that is creating audible activity with regard to what is knowledge of what you're doing in the bathroom, which how in the heck do you know what I'm doing in the bathroom? 8PZX344, which you do. You're stalking with activity. CA42F4, I believe, paper. 69837W2, or it's substantially similar to that. It's a paper plate. You've demonstrated your specific knowledge, and I just want to be clear, that specific knowledge these demons maintain inside of any bathroom, and that's what they're doing, okay? 8ZPC921, this is a demon in operation for a communication device while directed light is streaming backwards while she's driving a white van. That's a demon, and that's prosecution for what is terrorism, okay? That ongoing conduct is underway while these demons are stalking with audible activity inside of the bathroom, maintaining presence all around me inside of a bathroom area. That's a sex offender. 5FQS685. Okay, they engage in that as an entity. In the same way you hear them engaging with what is a bunch of hostile demons who are yelling out the B word while they're across the plaza away from me, supposedly not paying attention. They're monitoring group stalking together. Okay, 8ZNT529. They're the same ones that can't stand me, but yet they're so intricately engaged in and focused on what's going on in my panties. Okay, license 60LV221. License plate 8SLW503. These are violent sex offenders, BDK and JJJ. And engaging, and they're violent sex offenders, you're talking about what is also the volume of that sex offense. The entity is always stalking in the bathroom. The entity is always maintaining the elements of monitoring in the bathroom. 8XDC026, the entity is always monitoring while you're in a bathroom. In the bathroom, physically indisposed, not reaching for a communication device in your genitalia. You're not reaching out into your cavity, pulling out some phone, trying to access Wi-Fi. They're sex offenders engaging in obsessive stalking and monitoring. And their demonic activity in the bathroom. 72414S2, 5JZJ706, W82OUO, 8ZJD190, in case I didn't read that one. These are the violent sex offenders that are the people of the state. License APBX D63, I believe. 8PDX D63, substantially similar to that. It's 9:15 a.m. License plate 8ECG589 7VZD138 8YJA291. And that is including the people of the state that are a sex offender in relevant position monitoring while the entity is maintaining that specific knowledge while creating audible activity in that private space. So you're talking about what is Emporia Lofts, 7XQS696, sex offenders. All right. They're also terrorists that are stalking and monitoring with the Ontario Police who like to engage in ongoing stalking by helicopter. Okay. Emporia Lofts, the people of the state at Emporia Lofts, a facilitating venue, a sex offender. All right, 8ADA769. And this is the ability to document what is the entity that's group stalking you. It's group conduct. And that entire group in relevant position is a sex offender. Okay? And that group is representing the people of the state who are all prosecuted as the sex offender that they are. License plate. Monitoring on behalf of the state of California, 5CBG354. And it's not just Emporia Lofts. Metro 102 Apartments, 102 Lemon Avenue in Ontario, California. 93101D3. ALEXLG7. The license plate 4RJB613, excuse me. 7A58. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. I can see the second to last character. 8FYV. Let me see. 8FYV183. 58694F3. I just want to identify more sex offenders for you. That part I'm going to be very, very generous with regard to providing that documentation. 8UMJ678. Not even the documentation. I'm addressing what is the predatory mindset of a demon-possessed entity that's engaged in criminal activity. And that same exact engagement in that criminal activity is the precise sexually motivated predatory conduct that you would incriminate, that you would prosecute in any other sexual assault case. All right, and these are demons that engage in that conduct. CD20L61 paper, 7PFS137. You have what is equally an unlawful touching while demon does it with directed light. You have equally perverted and depraved and highly demented, sexually motivated surveillance in a bathroom, which is a sex offense. And it does not change because they're a bunch of demons, and it certainly doesn't change while your demons doing it on behalf of the state, which is a whole other level of a sex offense. That needs to be recognized under federal law. That's what I'm revealing to you. 6 P.O.S. 378, to create audible activity with knowledge that your genitalia is exposed, that you're physically indisposed, that you're engaging in private activity. What is the motivation behind that mindset? That's what you're analyzing. That's what you're paying attention to. That's predatory. That's sexually motivated. All right, that's perverted. BN05H03. This is the people of the state. This is the demonic pattern of conduct. 4ZBT156, I believe. This is what the demons are doing. That's what they do. They are sex offenders. You're talking about what is revealing to you their demon possession, their demonic conduct, their demonic activity. And guess what? That demonic activity would be described as an ordinary sex offense. Well, not an ordinary sex offense, but as you would traditional laws that are surrounding sex offenses. And you're also criminalizing that mindset, the mens rea, all right? What their motive is when they're engaging in that. All of that is what you're focusing on when you're creating policies that deal with sex offenders. That's what the demon-possessed are doing. That's their motivation when they're stalking with audible activity. Their knowledge of where you're at and what you're doing. That's highly demented and sexually perverted. And I've broken this down before. That's why I'm stressing they're engaging in that conduct together as one. All right, and you're talking about what is conduct on behalf of the entity. This is why, and then you're talking about, then not only are you understanding that mindset, that is a sex offender, you're talking about what's conduct on behalf of the entity. The entity is a sex offender. The entity is engaging in what is ceaseless sexual violence. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is entirely, I mean, you're talking about a sex offender, you're engaging in surveillance in the bathroom for what? 8 VHG 201, because you're an obsessed stalker? You need to go to federal prison. 7KLR 752. You're a threat to the public. That's entirely sick. 8MLF 125. How would you prosecute any other person engaging in what is watching you or trying to hide and creep around in the bathroom, following you into the bathroom, around the bathroom as you go into the bathroom? 7EOE 133. Putting any sort of mechanism to listen to you while you're in the bathroom. All right, or would even engage in what is some sort of weird conduct. We'll just call this just a weird anomaly. Somebody that is following you into the bathroom and then say there's no specific law that addresses this. And we won't even get into what's demonic, all right? We won't even get into what is the P.O.C for federal group stalking and monitoring. Let's just say this, a weirdo that is stalking you into the bathroom, following you into the bathroom, every time you go to the bathroom, following you and maintaining presence around you while you're in the bathroom, and somehow also while you're in that bathroom, which is speaking to a very legally relevant location, and you're subject to what they're doing, which is they're always, for example, turning on and off the lights while you go to the bathroom. And they wait, turn on and off the lights while you're in the bathroom, and they wait till your panties are down to turn on and off the lights. Like they're waiting for a specific moment to start doing that. And they do it all the time. Or you're in the bathroom, they wait until you begin to, for example, wipe yourself while you're in the bathroom, and they wait until that specific moment to start creating what is weird noises that you're then hearing through the walls. They always wait until that moment, okay? That is conduct that's not specifically addressed under federal law, but obviously you're maintaining a specific knowledge while you're engaging in what's very peculiar conduct in a bathroom. That is speaking to what is sexually violent knowledge. You're invading privacy, and you're engaging what is entirely demented in that private space. Now, I'm giving you an idea with regard to that's not the full picture of what the demon-possessed are doing, but I'm speaking to what is their monitoring conduct, while maintaining specific knowledge of your location and what you're doing, and while they are also engaging in what is maintaining that environment. They're doing it in directed light. You're placed under surveillance. While they are, they're not placing mechanisms inside. Well, actually, I'm not going to say what they're not doing, but the ordinary sex offender, by the way, perhaps placing engaging in the lawful act of placing a mechanism in the bathroom in order to listen to you or watch you. 7AUA 827, a sex offender. Excuse me, that was 9AUA. The entity engaging in placing mechanisms inside of the bathroom in order to listen to you. They have this ongoing desire, this obsessive, sexually perverted desire to listen to you or watch you in secret in the bathroom. Placing you under surveillance, that is exactly what the government is doing. And it's doing it through the people of the state who you are not supposed to be aware of, are engaging in what is monitoring. They're stalking in the bathroom. They are maintaining ongoing noise levels in the bathroom with real-time knowledge of what you're doing as you're doing it. Gross conduct. Okay, to put it in the ordinary language that any other person subject to that would describe it, with knowledge of it, it's entirely threatening. It's also sick, okay? And they're doing that with that ongoing list of specific knowledge, that list of things that they remain aware of in real time. 7BIF 967. All right, and this is on behalf of a government. The government, the state of California, is a violent sex offender, and California is going to make history with regard to being prosecuted as a sex offender, because that's what it is. And again, this is another aspect of what I'm revealing. Justice shall in no way deprive the American citizen of what is justice, and it needs to be known as a matter of public information. Not only the fact that the state of California is a criminal, it's a stalker, and it's also a sex offender. And that is going to be established as a matter of what is precedent. You're talking about with regard to establishing that as a matter of judgment in a court. And that's because what the state of California is doing, all right? And that's going for the people of the state of California as well. So that is speaking to, like you would with any other person, creating what is adequate in order to address their criminal conduct, their sexually motivated criminal conduct. All right, and that's what I want to remind you of while I'm documenting the sex offender, because that's what AMR is engaged in, 06542. You already know about those demons. That's a female driving that vehicle with license 10031S2, license CC89P48. This is U-Haul, crossing path. AH29089. 7RXG625, 6UBK066, 7ANF956, 8ECK161. License 8RLC414, 8RIS680, 5CTW625, 6UBK066, 6CXH137, 8ECK161, 7GQK905, 9AON303, 8USP576, 8UMN447, 8JMK998, 7VCD553, M149MO, 7NXK597, 8YDT, I can't really see that one, you scratch on, 5HAB463, 8VER185, 8YKW183, and it is currently 9:25 a.m. Eight VWH798 HOLSEW 14962Z2 39954C3 4 PFD528. This is Coach U.S.A. I don't see their license. It's the coach number is 12697. It's driven by, it looks like a Caucasian male. Directed light on the ground. License P62076. A directed light on the passenger side on the ground while Coach U.S.A. crosses path. That's a demon, and that's a company engaging in that demonic activity, monitoring an American citizen. And you're also learning, again, where there's no exception to demon possession. A demon driving AMR vehicle, just like this female was crossing path. The demons that are driving their vehicles, 8Z and Z668. A demon driving a commercial vehicle, Coach USA. Demons alike. The same impossible occurrence, directed light. TOAT6C, Prime Inc. Springfield, Montana, I believe. Or Springfield, Missouri, 6627 OF3, 8SOP909, or 8S, yeah, OP909, I believe, 2481081. And you have, again, what is the entity engaging in this ongoing criminal monitoring system. I am currently at the Ontario, well, across the street from Ontario Museum of History and Arts. That's where I came from. And you'll see the sex offender that is crossing path at the moment that I take a picture of the fake sun directly over me. 7CGM966, 8DFA688, 6FBH156. And the sex offender that you see crossing path, this is a demon that's crossing path with that ongoing knowledge of what I'm doing, with the absence of any coincidence. The moment that I, first of all, reach for my phone and then turn on the camera, you got a demon, you'll see them crossing path. Meaning walking by. This is the demon that's stalking, and they just engage in what is, let me hurry up and walk on by. They're stalking, they're group stalking. You'll see the demon that's acting like they're sleeping while they're not coincidentally sleeping in the path of where I am situated at the museum, doing so under the fake sun. This sex offender in particular, who you see in the sky blue shirt, this is the minion engaging in what is terrorism, stalking at the museum, all right, as though acting like he can't speak English, 30968B2. He's also the one I've documented group stalking at Shiro's Liquor, the Latino male, okay? 8FAF097, and doing so on several occasions. That sex offender is also monitoring and doing so while I am on my phone. You're stalking in order to be present on that dead-end street of Emporia, just happen to be walking by the moment that I'm using my phone. No, that's group stalking, and that's a demon that I documented before. So I want to be clear. You'll see the back of him. He is engaging in criminal surveillance. He's a violent sex offender engaging in surveillance with these demons who are, as a whole entity, aware that my legs are spread open, my genitalia is exposed, and they're stalking with audible activity, like they intentionally do every other minute when I'm documenting their criminal conduct, and they start creating noise, trying to out noise again with regard to my use of my phone. So they want to make so much noise so that you can still hear me. But like I said, that same knowledge, they're cognizant of what I'm saying as I'm saying it, or they're cognizant of what I'm doing when my legs are spread open, when my genitalia is exposed. NICKSON is a sex offender, okay? APCH703 92365J3. KJZ4138. 7VIP122. And that sex offender that's crossing path while the fake sun's over my head on Emporia at that dead-end street is stalking. And that particular one is, you know exactly who that is. I documented him on more than one occasion. Not only stalking me in the middle of the night at the Ontario Museum in direct light, also stalking at Shiro's Liquor on several occasions. 6STC002, 8SLD315, 8XEV564, 7XYL467, 74899B3, 8CHN535, 8PQZ669, B88605 15358. Excuse me, 1535619. That's Omnitrans bus 1360. 3HPF 189. And it's 9:29 a.m. Oh, good timing. 8TQS 077. Oh, and I want to make sure, again, this third party, that's why I'm mentioning his identity, already documented. He's going to be prosecuted as a sex offender. All right? That's why I get images of these minions that are group stalking. He's engaging in a sex offense as well, 7NXK597. That goes without saying also the people of the state are going to be prosecuted as the entity that they are. The entity is a sex offender. You're going to be prosecuted as a group stalker, as a violent sex offender. You in particular aren't necessarily the specific minion stalking me in the bathroom. Those are the consequences of group stalking. But this particular one captured his image before.
Route 83, upland.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about.
Please have your fare ready. Be there.
Thank you.
Pay your fare.
Thank you.
No courtesy notice.
Directed light while this bus driver opens the back door. Spins in a circle while the door closes. Impossible light activity. It's 9:31 a.m. And I am on Route 83, bus 1268. And I will read the license plate again when I get off. Stalking with light activity, 6GIT 900 at Furniture Dreams at the intersection of Euclid and B Street. License 7L09839 25224G2 6XTY 642, I believe. CHF 448.
G Street.
7EKC 844. YPC 934.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
8UOG 652.
West Street.
7FOD 931. 7TJU 777. Seven VNZ 634 and 7LNG 258. 7SBT134. 8PUH602.
Sixth Street.
7KIP382. Nine 206 2H3, I believe. Let's see. It is 9:36 a.m. Six FE. I can't wait for that. It's got some. 8VYZ930. 3SDZ4. I can't see the rest of them. AZP8IA. Or is that 8? Yeah, 8IA.
7th Street.
7XQG450. Six XST343. 7W56007. 190TW handicap. 8 SEY705. 7SWJ390. 980K043. 7 BBV 935. 6 TLV 380. Alright, again, this is bus 1268, license plate 1399982. Arriving in Upland, getting off at the Grossman Law Center at 8th Street and Euclid Avenue at 9:40 a.m. 8R 90276. 8AYG688. 8KUB457. It's 9:46 a.m. I completed my purchase at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. AHH6283. That is Shamrock Foods. The Arizona plate on the Shamrock Foods. 8DTB964 3889101 922WB handicap. 8LWD315 CLP1502. That's Arizona. 71117 handicap. Seven MMH 441, I believe. Or 411. 7MMH 411. 8XOG 244. 8LQP 137. 8WEN 517. 78EY 666. CB90P67 paper. 8EZB 775. 6HJL 497. It's 9:48 a.m. 3LUD 201. NCM 173, 8TJX 101, 7ZZY 118, 6KDP 603, 8DGX 717, 6HXW 911, 8USY 577, 8MHD 017, I believe. 7LKA380, 6LRH 662, 8RKB 581, 7JHK 622, 993K41 Nevada, 8XYB 789, 7MPA 847, 6UKP 957. Upland Police Group stalking at 9th Street and Euclid Avenue at 9:50 a.m. 8 MIG 644, it's group stalking with the Upland Police. And so it's 7-Eleven. They're in relevant position at that venue, group stalking, and doing so with the Upland Police Department. This is a demon, the same demon that are using their helicopters in stalking. This is the entity using its vehicles in stalking while monitoring documentation. It's 9:50 a.m. and the fake sun is right here over me at 9th Street and Euclid. And this is the same position where the entity's keeping a fake sun after I exit the Upland Public Library in the evening, over me on the same street. 5KDC 308, 8NFF 603, 6PAU 782, all of them federal prison, monitoring with the Upland Police Department. This is the entity acting directly and vicariously. It's vehicle 208, Upland Police vehicle. License plate 8XQV 870, 395 4481, 8DYK723. Monitoring all of them with Upland Police. License 49177G3, 8VSA 486, 8KWS 042, 3Y97320, 7SHK 430, 4YBG 129, 8FHG 197, 8RNT 584, 01444V1, 6PGH 455, 6SDE 402, 7F4 6416, 7CNT 238, 8CTE 2196 Arizona, 7JMX 786. Group stalking with the Upland Police. It is 9:51 a.m. AZP8IA. That was a minion that was group stalking while I was on Route 83 coming to Upland. 7P55584, CHELZEE. JDV 805. 8VXF 726, 7PXS 964, 03923G1, 8HQE 791. All right, keep stalking with the Upland Police Department. It's 9:52 a.m. Omni Transit's here. Hello.
Route 83 to now. Please have your
You're the same one, right? Do you need to see it again? Okay. I guess something could have happened to it since I got off second with the phone. Thank you. It is 9:53 a.m. on the same bus, and this is again operated by employee number 2517, who is indeed monitoring with the Upland Police. Okay, this is IHOP at 80 North Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring at the IHOP in relevant position at that property with the Upland Police Department. It is again 9:53 a.m. This is P.O.C. I'm back on Route 83 going back south Chelmsford, Ontario. 8SHV 401. 81019L2.
Please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor de usar la puerta trasera.
2895. I can't really see the one. 8HXR 114.
7th Street.
Eight SF 1143. 6WWU 820. 7SMT 111. 8LPE 581. 6WWT 030, I believe. 7XAB 268 DANBUCK 41931W2. CWL 3930, Arizona. EBV 676, 7YLW 336. DPY 694. It's an out-of-state license. 7GJG 968. Six 830-8P2. 7SMK 469.
Street.
45128R2. 7EIC 050. P937WO. 6PVM 893. 7PJZ 595. 5VML 906. SO2751. All right, showing you my location at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm right here on Euclid Avenue and B Street at the bus stop where medians are crossing path at 10 o'clock, which is speaking to my presence as I was at across the street. I'm showing you the same intersection where I was at. That intersection across the street at B Street, it's called 4th Sector. I was there, you're talking about hours from now, as I was documenting criminal summoning by the Ontario Police Department. And I was reading their license plates, and I showed you close-up images of the Ontario Police who were group stalking. And that is the same intersection where I stood, where the fake sun was directly over my head, and it's 10 o'clock in the morning. And not only is that not the sun that would be over the Guadi Law Incorporated in Upland, California. That's not what's going on while I'm capturing it there. It's also not over the Upland Public Library. It's also not over the Ontario Ovid Family and Community Library, let alone anywhere in Fontana, while it's over me on Route 83 as the bus is going southbound at Euclid Avenue. And it's also at the same intersection. I'm across the street from the same intersection. So in other words, the sun is not going to be over the same street, let alone somehow migrate to be east on the opposite side of that street, to be right over my head at that intersection where I captured the demon-possessed Ontario police officer who was monitoring with the rest of the Ontario police who were surrounding me at that intersection under the fake sun, monitoring with the people of the state as I documented. And this is, again, currently 10:02 a.m. and that is capturing again that ongoing environment where the entity is keeping you surrounded in that setting where you're subject to surveillance by a bunch of demons who are engaging in. It's both revealing their identity, their condition, which is relevant to their prosecution, and it's also revealing what is inevitably underway, which is criminal monitoring. This is the setting where it's occurring, and it's for a massive monitoring system that's underway. Everybody's monitoring you, while that which is a scientific impossibility, the environment remains around you. It is literally the setting. It's currently 10:03 a.m. and that's captured in still images. License 8 MFB 135. And I captured that sitting on Omnichan's Route 83 at the B Street and Euclid Avenue intersection after coming from Upland, California, not remaining in Upland, where the entity's flying over me with a helicopter. That's Upland Police at 9:45 in the morning. Remember that. The sun did not leave and remain over somehow being over B Street and Euclid Avenue after Upland Police flew over my head by helicopter days ago. The entity kept that fake sun over that Upland Public Library. That's speaking to the specific setting. It is already criminal in and of itself, terrorism on its face, while the Upland Police Department is stalking me by helicopter. All right, and it's the same analysis with every other police agency that are demon possessed. They're engaging in that criminal conduct in that specific environment. This is the demon possession. This is the criminal conduct. This is the public corruption by the police officers that are in the state of California, engaging in this criminal system of federal group stalking monitoring with the people of the state. It's currently 10:04 a.m. Five LTE 319-4512-8R2, I believe, or BR2. I think it's 8R2. 74239X2, 7HCW 742 5EGX. I can't really say that. 90619K2. 4445OV1, I believe. 6VIJ 468. 8AQL 210. 7CVW 483. 8G674. I can't really see that one. 6UEV 302. 6WCL 203. 7WID 060. 7PAA 263. 7EPU 294. 7TA 787. Again, what I captured at 10 o'clock is just another example of what is stalking with a light source. The entity is engaging in an ongoing contradiction of nature and scientific facts with regard to the operation of the environment. While I remain, in other words, capturing the directed light inside of the Open Public Library all day long, that is demonstrating what is not the sun that would, under any circumstances, be over the roof in order for any sunlight to be aimed through the windows that are up on the ceiling of the Open Public Library. which I'm capturing into the evening. That's impossible light activity. I'm exiting the Upper Public Library, and it remains in a relevant position to me, in alignment with me, even aiming light as though the sun is remaining, aiming light through those doors of the entrance and exits, which I documented yesterday evening. That's an ongoing example of what is not the sun over my head, as I'm documenting the Ontario Police Department, as I already did. And as I'm on documenting the Ontario Police Department, I'm documenting the whole entity engaging in the system together. All right, their criminal conduct is an ongoing revealing of what they're all doing. So, like I said, when I was days ago capturing the fake sun over me at 12:20 p.m., the fake sun's over me, directed light is aiming through the roof of the Upper Public Library. That is not occurring while the sun is over my head in Ontario, where that Ontario police officer is group stalking at B Street and Euclid Avenue at 4th Sector. All right, I captured that at the same time. All right, I'm just showing you what is another vantage point, 81219S2, capturing that same impossibility. Not the sun, all right? And also not normal people, demon-possessed, demonic activity, criminal monitoring. TAN 787. We're at Mission and Euclid Avenue. And this demon, 81219S2, 81219S1, engaging in terrorism, directed light swiping through the bus while that demon drives on the passenger side, turning on a mission at 10:07 a.m. License plate 8HUA160. Those are the same demons that are sex offenders, intentionally creating audible activity while they know that your legs are spread open, your genitalia is exposed, you're engaging in private activity. In a private space. GLX265. ZWZ430, 5DVX326, I believe, 7LIH464, 16H0947.
Requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible.
Francis Street.
Martin Intermodal Crossing Path. That's a trucking company. I'm doing so at 10:09 a.m. The entity amplifying plane activity while this employee stops the bus. License 8HQK727 at Francis Street and Euclid Avenue. There are a bunch of minions engaging in ongoing concerted activity. Anyway, appropriately prosecuted as terrorism. That's how you address that. Ontario Christian School, monitoring. That ongoing amplified plane activity, the demon crossing path, directed light on me on the bus. They're monitoring their relevant position. Passing Philadelphia Street and Euclid Avenue.
If possible, please use
5 AZH 961, 8 VES 394.
Usar la puerta trasera.
48937C2. It's 10:11 a.m. S.I.I.S 182. I think I read that one. 6PWF 773. Amtrak crossing path. The vehicle number on that is 47995. It's on the windshield. It's an Amtrak coach. They are at the exit of the 60 freeway. 13141H1 at 10:12 a.m. 90960S2 7KXJ. I can't really see the rest of it. It's rest of it. License 8CDJ 753. MJD 144.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Sí, favor cruzar a la puerta trasera.
8PIY 626 5JEH 663. HAU 574. 909. Oh, I already read that one. It's at 10:13 a.m.
Please have no fare. No currency rest.
The bus driver is making a 2517, who's group stalking with the Ontario Police, by the way. He's taking a break right here. Just want to document that, and they know that they're being documented. It's 10:14 a.m. Taking a break at, where are we at? Where the Dollar Tree is, the intersection of not C Street, Euclid Avenue, and I don't think we're quite at Schaefer yet. 7MVU 775. It's 10:15 a.m. How long is your break here? Oh, you have like 2 more minutes? Okay. (8XDC 195), 8ULF 402, 6WPF 524, 9AMX 582. Route 83 is going southbound. The other Omnitrans going in the opposite direction, coming from Chino Transit. See certified towing across the path, AMA 9XC, Arizona 93339C2. That's FedEx. Can't really see their plate though. 8WXG 666.
06256V2. Four three eight one. I can't really see the rest of them. 8JTV096, 8ZAX 904, 7W27602, 6W99533, 8YCY506. And it is currently at 10:17 a.m. We're at Roseville and Euclid Avenue. Approaching, what is this? Chino Avenue.
Chino Avenue.
License 8SEV888. Seven YWE210. License 6LBS 986, 8NUU 554, 6TUM 955, 8KQY 102, or excuse me, 8KOY 102. It is 10:23 a.m. Capturing the fake sun at 10:19 a.m. while I'm on the bus, 10:19 a.m. And you'll see it moving in alignment as I show you the P.O.C. As I get off the bus, fake sun remains stationary, bus drives off. That's the P.O.C. as well, in addition to what is not possibly occurring at the same time. American Legion, documented in Ross, Ontario PD, and Upland, California as well, Ovid Family Community Library. This is P.O.C. All right, license plate. I can't really see that one. It's Minion group stalking at Schaefer and Euclid in Chino, California, under the fake sun, 8MZS 803. See 4JKE 776. 7BMD 954, 81032L1, 8YHN 572, 8SRX 500. BU18X35 paper. It is 10:26 a.m. So I want you to pay attention to the minions that are sitting in Starbucks while directed light is swiping all across the seats, and a demon engaging in surveillance in the bathroom walks out of the bathroom as that directed light occurs, okay? They're engaging in surveillance together, and they're just sitting around as though they're engaged in dignified conversation. This is the demon possessed inside of what is Starbucks.
Alrighty, so I want to show you, oh, well, that's what I did capture right now, a series of images of these demons that fill the venue, engaging in state surveillance. And while the entity is, and this is the entity that's engaging in that identical conduct, demons pacing around in the parking lot, demons standing in line in the Starbucks, and they are indeed of that specific condition while they are engaging in what is that impossible occurrence. The directed light that you see on the apartment building that I captured at 1019 in Upland, California, the directed light that you see on the 280 North Limit Apartments at 1019 in the morning, the directed light that you see as I am sitting on the buses of Omnitrans and I'm documenting video and I'm showing you what is direct light flashing. This is exactly what they're doing inside of this venue, cycling it all around. And you see what are the psychopaths that are the demon possessed that engage in that system. They're also psychopaths because they're actually very hostile, that I came here and documented them, and they're engaging in this directed light conduct. This is the demon possessed. These are the closeted psychopaths that engage in what is creating audible activity with knowledge that my panties are down, my legs are spread open, genitalia exposed, and they're psychopaths while they are outwardly, I want you to see their faces, well, first of all, because I'm documenting what is the reality of demonic activity, all right, and the psychopaths that are the demon possessed. All right, and not only that, as I come to the venue and the entity is engaging in what is the demonic conduct of stalking with directed light while a vehicle is driving in the parking lot, light is not horizontally, not naturally, okay, horizontally shooting through the venue. And this is while they're taking orders through the drive-thru, while they're sitting around as though they're pontificating about something noble, while they are walking back and forth to the register, ordering drinks, carrying kids in their hands. There are a bunch of demons that are monitoring, all right? And this is, again, that same pattern of conduct of the psychopaths that are the people of the state. They are engaging in what is that criminal conduct, regardless of the location that you go, and that directed light, literally the signature of the criminal and the demon-possessed group stalker is exactly what is underway inside of this Starbucks, okay? That's speaking to specific knowledge of who you are and location. It's an impossible occurrence also inside of the building. And those are psychopaths that are engaging in that sort of conduct, and it's revealing what is, it's a matter of public corruption, but it's also a matter of what is literally the public that is engaged with, this is people that are sick together, all of them. Okay, you're talking about what this demon was hiding in the bathroom. You're walking out while the entity is engaging in what is concerted conduct. That's like ambush conduct, directed light, walking out of the bathroom, directed light. You're standing at the register, you're walking back and forth. Even as you're ordering your drinks or creating the drinks, you're talking about what is ongoing concerted activity with this directed light. And that's what's revealing that you're not doing anything normal. It's group stalking. All right, and so they're keeping a straight face while they're sitting around chit-chatting. And they're monitoring. They're demons doing that. So that's what I want to make sure I clear. And you can see, I captured all their images, and this is the directed light that's ongoing. And this is not the first Starbucks where this is underway. Starbucks is nothing other than what is a template as to how the American citizens are being monitored in this country. And it's through actors such as Starbucks. Everybody's familiar with the name Starbucks. Guess what? Starbucks is engaging in monitoring American citizens and terrorism. That's what this directed light conduct is. And they're doing it with the people of the state who are at Starbucks venues, which is nothing other than an example of how criminal surveillance remains underway at all places and at all times. And those engaging in criminal surveillance, they're very demented, very, very demented. And as you reveal the fact that they're demented, they reveal more of the fact that they're demented with more of that maniacal conduct. That's what they're doing. And it's in no way normal as they keep a straight face while you document them. It's showing how sick they are. And that's exactly what I'm documenting. It's currently 10:33 a.m. and this is the entity engaging in that terrorism. And you see what our minions engaging in directed light, which is occurring while the fake sun, as I captured at 10:19, it's directly over the Starbucks. This is the maintenance of light. This is what the sex offender is doing while I'm walking on the streets, while I'm inside of any venue. This is occurring while the supposed sun is remaining over the Upland Public Library. And again, as I've already shown, that's not the case. That's not the sun. That's an impossible occurrence, and it's also impossible with regard to this directed light. Again, two distinct methods of stalking with light. Two distinct aspects of terrorism by an entity placed under surveillance, in addition to what is the stalking conduct by the people of the state. All right, very demented, demon-possessed people who are acting collectively in the state of California. But like I said, this is not just the state of California, because while it's over me, follow me as today I go in Chino. By it, I mean this light source, which is ordinarily referred to as the sun, when you are ignorant about what's going on actually in the environment. It's the unnatural environment. It is literally in violation of scientific laws, the rules of science with regard to the operation of the environment. Then you are aware of what's going on in every other state. And then again, the U.S. is not the center of the universe. So what light source is over, you're talking about the rest of the world. It's an unnatural environment, and it's in conflict with what we're told about the environment. So it is stands out as I point that out, and that's what this is. It's a Satan that's hostile to it, okay, as I pointed out. It's currently 10:35 a.m. Alrighty, I did capture video at 10:35 a.m. because I want you to see what is the light source that's directly above the Starbucks, centered in its zenith over my head while I'm at the Starbucks at 7055. That's the address in Chino, California. And at 10:35 a.m., as I have documented my location at the Chino Transit Center, where the light source is not remaining over Schaefer and Euclid Avenue in Chino, California. It's directly over my head while I'm at the Chino Transit Center, and I am standing underneath that structure, that bus stop hood, and you see the fake sun, and not only that, you see the ongoing directed light as I'm showing you that at that time at that Chino Transit Center, where the entity continued with the fake sun, because I continued sitting on that bus. As I get off the bus, the fake sun remains directly over me. It is not over the Chino Transit Center, specifically over the Route 84 bus stop hood, while I am remaining at the same time getting off at Schaefer and Euclid Avenue, for example, showing you the light source at 10:19 a.m. and then at 10:35 a.m. where I did not continue to the Chino Transit Center. That is not occurring at the same time. Those are two distinctly different locations where the sun is not in its central position at both locations, even in the same city. In addition to that, under no circumstances is sunlight shooting horizontally through windows across floors while cars are driving by in the parking lot outside, while you are standing or sitting anywhere in side of the building while the sun is supposedly above that building. This is the demonic behavioral pattern. While the psychopaths who you see on video chit-chatting and laughing and walking around, they're group stalking in plain sight. That's the impermissible threat. That's the impunity. That's the psychopath. That is the psychopath that is stalking with helicopters, the people of the state engaging in that stalking conduct, and they are supposed to be the face of the state that's engaging in this terrorism. They are what is nothing other than the very, very demented group stalker that are the people of the state, and there's nothing normal about their conduct at all. And I am showing and with a magnifying glass the psychopaths that are the people of the state while they're engaged in obsessive stalking as I capture that video, because that's what they're doing. They're engaging in what is pacing around. They're moving around in engineer light. These demons are pacing around by what is walking into the Starbucks and what's the form, it's relevant. They're walking into Starbucks to order a drink from the venue where surveillance is underway. All right, that's what they're doing, and that's what they're doing. They're crossing path under the fake sun. The sun is also not over at the same time, as I spoke to in that video, outside of the window, facing the Carnegie Library, while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library, and at the same pattern. That is not any sunlight that's going to result above my head, creating my shadow above my head behind me, as you also saw at 10:35 in that video in Upland, California, where the sun is not also at the same time over Starbucks at 7055 in Chino, California, while I am inside of that Upland Public Library, and you see it outside of that window facing the Carnegie Library, that parking lot, where, by the way, the entity is keeping a fake sun for the duration of the day. While I am at Upland Public Library, the entity is group stalking by helicopter at 9:45. The entity is keeping the fake sun well until after 6 p.m., which I'm documenting the Upland Police group stalking, and doing so while the fake sun is over 379 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. That is in no way at any time also speaking to, it is the exclusion, in other words, that the sun would ever be present over this Starbucks. And you're also looking at what is, again, the absence of any coincidence. It's not just over the Starbucks, it's directly centered above the venue where I'm located, right over my head, where I just happen to go to what is a quote-unquote new venue. It's not a new venue. This is the state of California engaging in stalking with light. You're witnessing, again, the evidence of Satan, and you're looking at what is the very peculiar conduct, contrary to what the people of the state want to demonstrate. They want to act like they're normal walking into Starbucks. They're not normal. They're engaged in obsessive stalking. They're group stalking amongst directed light. Chit-chatting and laughing under a fake sun and in directed light is a psychopath. That's the demon-possessed. The same demon-possessed entity that is molesting with directed light while they're driving by on streets and highways, that's what they're doing inside of the Starbucks. The same demon-possessed entity that's stalking with audible activity while my physical person is indisposed, genitalia exposed, legs spread open, ongoing knowledge of that under the fake sun. The demon-possessed, Satan itself, that is stalking through the people. That's exactly the entity that's surrounding at Starbucks, pacing in and out. That's what they're doing. They're not walking in to order a drink. These are demons who are pacing, stalking, with specific knowledge of my operation. They're monitoring while I'm capturing the documentation. That is relevant to federal prison. Every employee inside of here is subject to federal prison. Understand that. They are engaging in what is a criminal system, and even the conduct of the people of the state, as I'm documenting that because it's both directly relevant. I want you to look at how the people of the state are outwardly conducting themselves because it's supposed to be an unspoken system. I'm breaking right through that. I'm stripping that down. This is not persuasive conduct whatsoever. This is very dangerous, and it's very terrorizing. While people are stalking you, and they are engaging in a conduct as though they are not focused on you. That's terrorism. Understand the pattern of conduct is supposed to result in what is the defamation, criminal defamation of the targeted individual. This is how that pattern of conduct works. All right, and it is unpersuasive. And as I show you what is actually absolutely abnormal, the conduct of the people of the state in that environment, that's entirely abnormal. All right, sitting around as though directed light is not occurring, that's not normal. In the same way, sitting around as though a helicopter is not flying over, that's not normal. And while they are stalking with the fake sun and acting as though that they are doing anything other than, that's not normal at all. These are the demon possessed that are stalking, and they are going to what are mental wards. That's what they are. These are dangerous psychopaths. It's relevant to the prosecution of the people of the state who are subject to what is placement. They are literally a threat to the public and seeking to conceal that threatening conduct, that threatening criminal act that they're engaging with as the state. And they're also seeking to engage in what is targeting, even through their unpersuasive form. You're present in the environment, you're group stalking, and you're a demon. All right, and you're a demon that is engaging in what is chit-chatting and laughing in that environment, which is entirely abnormal. And that abnormal environment is also the evidence of what is your condition. All right, it's ongoing evidence of everything that they are engaging in, and it's also pursuant to a well-documented pattern, in direct conformity to that pattern. Directed light, fake sun. And this is while I'm at what is Starbucks. The sun is not outside of the window of the Upper Public Library at 10:35 in the morning. All right, can't see that. Facing the Carnegie, that's not the sun. And it's also not any sunlight that's going to be shooting inside of the Starbucks. This is Starbucks that's a sex offender. All right, the Starbucks that's engaging in an ongoing molestation, attributed to every third party that is literally on, if I didn't document anybody else, everybody working right now going to be prosecuted and subject to federal prison for that terrorizing sex offense that they are engaging in with the people of the state, who I captured on video. Engaging in obsessive stalking as you're documenting, that's called impunity. You go to federal prison for that. Okay, so I'm showing you what is the ongoing grounds of what is an unprecedented crime and the multiple grounds of federal prison, while psychopaths are stalking in plain sight. In plain sight. This is the system that is in no way sophisticated. It's not intelligent. It's not normal at all. It's all I'm doing is showing you what they're doing and what's supposed to be some system whereby the government is able to claim that you're crazy while you're claiming that what they're doing, stalkers who you do not know, or who are also engaging in what is monitoring. That's what the ordering target individual does not know. They're monitoring you. They're not just stalking you because that's what they're doing. They're monitoring you. And that's what they're doing while they're walking in and out of the Starbucks. While you see this lily white woman with 2 children, she's a threat to those children. She's a threat to my life as well. All right, she's representing all of that entity that is stalking by demon-possessed police officers. She is intentionally standing right in front of me while I'm documenting. That's called impunity. And you're not deterred by an American citizen documenting that, you go to federal prison. All right, since that's not enough of a deterrence. She's engaging in what is very bold and audacious criminal activity in plain sight while she is in the custody of children. And she's engaging in a sex offense while Starbucks, the people of the state, every employee inside of Starbucks, the people of the state, and the minions who are crossing path, those who have already documented and those that I documented while I was walking inside of this venue, sex offenders engaging in the perpetual sex offense on behalf of the state. All right, there's already a pool of defendants that exist that are subject to what is prosecution. But let me be clear, that demon is engaging in what is that audacious criminal conduct while they're sitting inside of Starbucks, while they're making drinks inside of Starbucks, while they're sitting in the drive-thru of Starbucks, while they're sitting in Subway monitoring in relevant position while I'm inside of Starbucks. That's the significance of that criminal conduct. That's the significance of that demonic activity with directed light. All right, and that is speaking to what is the what I'm showing, what I'm documenting is from the outset, I never found it to be something you don't even. How are you going to call somebody crazy, which is the pattern of conduct? They are literally engaging in what is terrorizing American citizens, and this is supposed to be the P.O.C. Defamation is the P.O.C. All right, criminal defamation. That's why you go to federal prison for that. Defamation is the P.O.C. So you're supposed to be called crazy, labeled crazy, as a matter of law, by the way, by the corrupt entity that is monitoring in the courts, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, while you are alleging that strangers are stalking you, which they are. I've shown you the environment where they are indeed stalking. They're not just stalking, they're monitoring. But yet, while they are supposedly keeping a straight face, while all manner of the evidence surrounds them, like I said, there is no common sense to that whatsoever. They are showing the psychopaths that they are in directed light under the fake sun. So you're talking about what is, let me show you the artillery for prosecuting and placing into federal prison and in mental wards where the people of the state belong. Taking away the children whose lives are in danger while you're monitoring an American citizen in their face. Let me tell you something, that's a very audacious threat that white woman posed. Okay, so let me be clear, another target individual may very well just attack her because you're threatening their life. All right, while you're doing it with a smile on your face and pushing a stroller, that's a threat to the life. You are the one threatening the life of an American citizen. You're also threatening those children. You're also engaging in criminal conduct while you're representing all of the entity. All right, and engaging in what is harassment. And so the system is flipped on its head where it's supposed to appear on the outside as though you're some unstable, crazy person, delusional, making up stories. I don't even know you. I'm just with my innocent children. I'm at Starbucks trying to get coffee, and you're talking about that I'm stalking you. I've never seen this person in my life. I don't even know what you're talking about. My hubby is waiting for me in the car, okay? And you're ignorant about the environment that they're in. That's a psychopath. That's a psychopath who is, again, worthy of federal prison, if not what is literally a mental ward, straitjackets, okay? Because you're talking about what is a very, very dangerous psychopath. These are the demon-possessed. This is the demon-possessed population. Stalking in directed light, stalking under a fake sun, knows exactly who I am. This is the demon-possessed population. That's why you have directed light. That's why you have the fake sun there. That's how you know that as a matter of objective evidence. The fake sun is there. The fact that the fake sun is there is evidence of your condition, this demonic system underway, and your specific knowledge as to who I am and where I'm at. Because the sun is not aiming through the window of the Upland Public Library at the same time. It's not. The sun is not over what is the 280 North Limit Apartments right over my head at the same time. It is not in Ontario. Next door to the Ovitt Family Community Library, where, by the way, at 10:19 a.m. the sun is supposedly over that window where the elevator and the stairs are at 10:19 a.m. That's not occurring at the same time. This is literally moving of a light source. This is speaking to everyone that's engaging in this targeting system together. And they are revealing the psychopaths that they are while they're chit-chatting and laughing, and that's exactly how I concluded the video. While the entity is stalking with this fake sun, it's direct evidence against the psychopath who you see laughing, who is stalking in plain sight. You will place into federal prison as a matter of justice the people of the state who are engaging in what is obsessive stalking in your face. That's how they're hiding, but it's not hiding. But this is how they intend to hide their obsessive stalking activity. That's how they sought to hide it. It's not hidden. They're psychopaths. All you're doing is understanding how they're doing it, where they're doing it, and the means whereby they're doing it. They're psychopaths, unstable ones, malicious ones, and very highly criminal. Okay, and their obsessive stalking is shown through their pace and conduct, walking in and out, walking all around. It's serving an ongoing purpose in direct light and under the fake sun. Inside of the Starbucks in Chino, California now, where today the light source is. At no time of the day is the sun ever over 7055 or any position where it would even be mistaken to be in any position relative to being over the roof of the Starbucks at 7055 in Chino, California, where it's remaining over the Ovitt Family Community Library. That's why it's there at 1:17 in the afternoon. That's why it's there at 4:06 p.m. as I exit, which I documented. That sun's not going anywhere, as the entity has demonstrated. And it's certainly not over everyone's head at the same time. You clearly see it in the video over Starbucks. That sun's not so large where it's hovering over the entirety of the Stater Brothers building. It's not over the Stater Brothers building behind me. It's not even over the subway right next to me. It's over Starbucks. Therefore, it's not over at the same time in its zenith over anybody in Ontario at the 280 North Limit Apartments at the same time. You are moving a light source over my head as I move wherever it is that I go for however long I'm there. And the psychopaths that you see, they're creating activity while they're moving around under that light source that is deliberately placed over you. And those that are engaging in that are of that specific condition. They're demons. They're demons. And their demonic possession, they also demonstrate while they're stalking you in that environment and also molesting with directed light. That's the terrorism that they're engaging in. They're also terrorists while they're present in that environment with the fake sun over your head. They're terrorists. They're also terrorists while they're all stalking you together as an entity. They're terrorists. And doing so on behalf of the government that is stalking you by helicopters and airplanes, all right? And stalking with the demon-possessed police departments. They're terrorists, all right? Psychopaths. And there's nothing dignified, classy, sophisticated about them at all. And so this is the breaking down of that system. And again, this is the criminal conduct that the entity is engaging in. So these are the methods of pacing what the entity is engaging in right now, pacing in and out of the bathroom. They're crossing paths. pacing in and out in the parking lot. It's not about going and shopping anywhere. You're talking about what's the placement of the fake sun. These are demons that are engaging in deliberate activity, creation, maintenance, and presence of the path while directed light is remaining and the fake sun is remaining. All right, so I want to break all of that down, and that's what you're witnessing in that video, and that's what you're paying attention to, and that's how you're going to prosecute them as well. It's currently 10:57 a.m. and the light switch is remaining over Starbucks while demons are pacing in and out and around the venue, and you have what is obsessive stalking that is revealed through that in that environment amongst the people of the state, the same exact identity. All right, the entity is flashing directed light on the walls, on the floors. In doing so, as I pointed out in my video with my feet showing you around the wall space where I sat, the moment that I started to move a chair to sit down, immediately rich white directed light swiping across that the wood space, the panel, wood panel. It's almost like the wooden seat of the bench that lines the wall. That's where they're aiming directed light, and it's occurring on the floor, and it's occurring with simultaneity while demons are crossing paths, driving in the parking lot. Just like you saw while I stood outside at the 280 North Lemon Apartments, it's an iteration of that same conduct. All right, just keeping what is engineered light all around. That's the ongoing objective. Demons engage in that. Demons that know when your panties are down in the bathroom. Demons that know exactly where you are. Demons that know exactly what you are saying. Demons that know exactly what you're doing on a communication device while they're monitoring. All right, and that's the pattern of conduct. That's why the fake sun is over Chino, the Starbucks in Chino, at Schaefer and Euclid Avenue. It's 10:58 a.m. and this is P.O.C. Alrighty, so what you're seeing these minions in Chino doing, they're pacing in and out of the bathroom, and while they're opening and closing the door, directed light appearing, while they're engaging in surveillance by ordering a drink and standing around, monitoring, all right, maintaining presence. You're talking about what is directed light that's remaining inside. And you also see Amazon Prime coming in and participating in that. This African-American male, I want to document that's the people of the state using a company engaging in criminal surveillance inside of this venue, engaging in terrorism, molestation with directed light. And what I'm showing you, this demon enters in. I just took pictures at 10:59 a.m. Demon walking in, going to the restroom with a child. Demon walking out of the restroom with a child. They're pacing around me. They're going and engaging in surveillance in a bathroom. Okay, and these are sickos that are with their children engaging. It does not make a difference. RWWWR. I want to document that license plate, engaging in that ongoing surveillance conduct, and this is literally the conduct that they're engaging in. That's why the fake sun is above. I'm just breaking down their P.O.C, their methods of engaging in that same P.O.C while I'm inside of the Starbucks, all right? And it includes the obsessed stalker, the demon-possessed actor, Amazon Prime. It is currently 11 a.m. on the dot. It is, again, Sunday, May 22nd, 2022 in Chino, California. All right, while you're going to see this sex offender engaging in surveillance outside of a bathroom, you can see the directed light as my shadow is on that wall, that bathroom wall. She's over here stalking, and she's doing so with a minor child. You can see my shadow appearing at a distance. This is what Amazon Prime is engaging in, a sex offender. This is what the people of the state engaging in surveillance, standing around while that directed light is underway. In that still image captured at 11 o'clock, you'll see my shadow appearing at a distance in that hallway. This is the pattern of conduct that this demon is engaging in. They're pacing in and out of that and going to that bathroom to engage in what is surrounding me. 8YTG168. You will see what is the impossible presence, speaking to what is necessarily the aiming of light. This is the act of the demonic. That is impossible that my shadow would occur at all. And it's occurring while you see this demon who is pacing in and out with the rest of these demons with children engaging in that pattern of conduct. I'm going to prosecute her. And she's a threat not only to the child that she's with, but while she is sexually violating me and engaging in surveillance, you're breaking this demon's pattern of conduct down. She is engaging in surveillance outside of a bathroom. That's a sex offender. Okay, that's entirely demented. You're stalking somebody outside and around a bathroom, going into a bathroom to engage in that conduct. That's literally what she's doing. And you'll see my shadow appearing next to her on the wall where she's molesting, a demon molesting with light while she's monitoring on a communication device. 8MDC327, 8FEW642. And let me give you Amazon Prime's license plate. Going to federal prison, okay? And he's not the only one. And you're going to reach into Amazon Prime. Like I said, they like to use their airplanes to engage in terrorism. They are demons who are, again, defeating themselves because you have many Amazon personnel who are going to federal prison engaging in this criminal conduct. License plate 7ERL795. And this African-American male, he is molesting my body without my consent, stalking with the state. He's captured in images in his license 79147H3. And showing you what is the fake sun, no longer over Starbucks, it's directly over my head. 24209J2, molesting as well. 6ZUY602, molesting. Molesting with these sex offenders who are walking back and forth, pacing around me, around the bathroom area, because it's a method of stalking and maintaining presence. And you'll see my shadow that's appearing as I capture that image. impossible light activity. 8SXR 046, 7BSD 139, 8WTG 421, 7VRS 721, 7MAH 765, 8FEW 642, 8XOS 810. License 7NWC 924. And what the entity is just providing right now while stalking me in this parking lot with airplanes is speaking to what is federal prison for Amazon Prime, all right, who I just documented again. 7ERL 795, he's going to federal prison. 89241B3, AE38822 paper, RWWWWR. License plate 21V5561. 8EDD397, 8RXC931, 8YHN572, 8DRM633, 8ZDA426, 8RUY125, 6EXL547, 5JHV622, 8YNP802, 8ZRJ555, 8GGD148, see, 7ANY830, 8HUV681, 8WIT702, CD05Z66 paper, 8HNA091, 7WHC266, 7WHC226, 8UKR418, 7UUL967, 8XOS810, 8BNC895. See. I want to get this sex offender's license plate, stalking in the bathroom. She's pacing out while the other one's pacing in, and then I capture an image of that. She's monitored. The other one's monitoring in the hallway, just like this lily white minion who's a threat to my life and a threat to that child's life. I'm gonna document her. She's going to federal prison. She's a sex offender, sexually violating another while you're in the custody of children. Okay. All right, so she's dragging along her child in order to engage in monitoring me. This is a demon. She's a violent sex offender engaging in surveillance in a bathroom, monitoring on behalf of the state of California, 7KRL144. All right, and she is engaging the same exact conduct that I capture on camera at 11, where you see my shadow appear at a distance in the hallway while psychopaths are taking their children. What are you're bringing your children into that sort of terrorizing environment, engaging in very serious criminal activity with the state to terrorize somebody else. And you're engaging in stalking in a bathroom. Okay, that's multiple levels of sick conduct. All right, and like I said, posing a threat to the safety of those kids, while you're terrorizing an American citizen, you're bringing them into a very dangerous zone while you're engaging in that. Okay, terrorizing and harassing an American citizen. And then you want to bring your children around because this is supposed to be the form of the normalcy. This is that's not normal at all. And you're sick. And you're breaking down everything that they're engaging in. And that's also why you are a threat to that child who you need to be separated from. You're going to separate and neutralize that threat, if you will. They're a threat to the public and the threat to children while they're engaging in that with children, including children. 7KKH513. Remember, presence in directed light is the P.O.C. You are including children in that criminal act, which is also sexually violent. You're going to be prosecuted like every other sex offender. 7GXY628. 8ZVW360, 8SQU545, 8VHK612, 8SXR046. Showing you what is the pacing by Amazon Prime. 69732Z1, 8HNA091, 8RFZ952. All right, the one that's going to federal prison. Let me get this other one over here because they're going to. They're under the fake sun, so we can do this all day. I documented heavily those that are going to federal prison, group stalking while the entity was keeping a fake sun over economy in. That is already documented, whether they're driving Hertz vehicles or not. That was Amazon Prime engaging in terrorism. All right, and they like to, this is the personality of Satan, and it's that defeatist conduct. You're going to federal prison for what you're engaging in. And this is license 34818F3. This is a Latino male who's got a beard and a mustache driving off while they're engaging in what is ongoing terrorism, monitoring as a company on behalf of the state. Alrighty, and again, that's the other one that comes to join the minion. They're going to federal prison, license 34818F3. He's got a ponytail, he's wearing a cap, he's got a beard and a mustache, perhaps Latino. 13471M2. And license 484TU, handicap. License 6EVG848. Let's see. 6FVG848, yeah. 7UGB885, I believe. I'll get that in a second. Let's see. 22591V1, 6PMR 586, and this one is 7VCD632 and 7UGB855. Six EDT 647. License 7NWC924 5XYE 286, or 5XYF 286. Righty, 69732Z1. See. As I documented on my in video, let me get it though again. LAX CDG 7UUL967 5YHK250, and Amazon Prime engaging in surveillance inside of the Starbucks 34818F3. License 8WIT702, 8EZV630, 8HUV681, 8FSK810, 7EXR154, 7KYM878, 32925T2, 6XLJ475, 8FUL682, 5HJV622, 8UBM255, Stalking under the fake sun and indirect light, 8ZRJ555, and this minion 21B5561. Showing you what's a picture of directed light that's in the shade underneath the vehicle. Just light that's just appearing in the shade, okay? As impossible as what is light appearing to touch all over my body, creating my upright shadow at a distance at the end of the hallway, which you can see while these demons are stalking and monitoring with communication devices inside of Starbucks. 5WPG393, 7XPU374, 8YCS105, 70RL795, 6FCD 892, I believe. Hold on. 6FCD892. Yeah. 70RL795. Monitoring group stalking at El Pollo Loco. License 6FCD892. Yeah, that's the right license. 8XDF290. 8ZSV450. 7UPC278. 7CZU412. 7UIH495. 82813P2. 8GNT868. 8LGY810, 6JXR129, 8VWD856, ECOSLOW03849K3, 8SLW076, 6ZLW519, 7LTW059, 7WDL812, 7GGU997. Alrighty, engaged in surveillance. Again, 8SLW076. The people of the state are all engaged in surveillance. They're maintaining presence everywhere. Even where you live, you're engaged in surveillance. You're subject to systematic group stalking and monitoring by the state. But I want to be clear, they're out here sitting around in their vehicles in the parking lot while I'm documenting, for example, loitering in relevant position, which is surveillance as well. And this is conduct that you are speaking to. Again, while you're monitoring documentation, that's not enough of a deterrent. You're understanding how you're going to address that. Federal prison. You like to stalk so much. Well, you can stalk other inmates in federal prison. You can do that. 6YCA 014, 7RCZ 757, 4ZBR 507, X800EO. Directed light 8VWS 803, 5YKM 844, 86479F1, 49905T2, C8CTY 926, BN77T14. That's a paper plate on a Ford F250 or a Ford F150. It's a 4x4 Super Duty. They're stalking with it. License 8ESK810, 7EXR154, 7KFC964. Just want to, if I'm repeating, I'm just making sure I get all these cars over here. Let's see, 7KFC964, 8UJS042. That's stalking with noise. Directed light RRRRAMS. It's a demon monitoring while another one is creating audible activity. They're surrounding with an environment. 7RYN, that's called impunity. 7RYN463. 8ZAY80, I'll get that one in a second. 6UXW565, 4RZP999, 3TBY982, 13471M2, 5XXF, 5XXF286, 8ZAX904. LARBEAR. 2RDRFN 6HUA 786 8KWM 770 32925T2. 8EZV 630. And these are minions dragging around, creating noise. That's the significance of shopping carts under the fake sun and direct light. It's the Stater Brothers and Chino Valley Fire. All right, Chino Valley Fire. License plate is. Remember, the fake sun is over me at the Stater Brothers at 646 West Hold at 11:09 a.m. Not today. Chino Valley Fire Department is group stalking today under the fake sun. License 1382615. Remember the Ontario Fire Department at 11:09 a.m. Where the fake sun is supposedly over, and Chino, California at 11:09 a.m. Right? This is showing what is just stalking with a light source. And that was the Ontario Fire Department monitoring me while my panties were down. I'm showing you what's not the sun that's at 11:09 a.m. at the same venue at 4:05 p.m., let alone is it possibly the sun that's over me in Chino, California at the same time when it's over my head in Ontario, California at Stater Brothers. This is N61N84, but they're covering up a character on that. That's a black BMW. 8EZV630. 8YCS 105, 7MVU 591, 8PXH 692. This is the state acting directly and vicariously, all right? Pacing around, monitoring with the Chino Valley Fire Department. License plate. Directed light while this minion is parking. 8MDA 377, 7XPU 374. C. 7BSE 238, 7ULP 055, 7ECA 467. 8K 41828, 8RFZ 952. C, license plate 8DTC 908, 86137Y2. Let me see. I have these already. Heart, JOCYPA, 8UOE207, 7PXC002, 63101B3, 7JSE995, 8BJY535, 6ALU696, 6ALU969, BF00Y74, paper, 8YEW683, 6S88662, 7WHC226, 8KST530, molesting, 8JUX089, 6S88662, 6UOD677, LARBEAR, 8SAB123. License 8KST530 and 8Y, yeah, I read that one. 8YEW683. And 13471M2 7TRS992. Trying to make sure I get all these. HCYF 859. 6KMG 036. 7CHZ156, 7TWC594, 8PMR377, 7KXJ435, 8KMN611, 7PGP165, 4YEC492, 8YXH196, 8JUX982. Oh, read that one already. 7NMX176, 8K401828, I think I read these, 8XQV147, 4ZUK432, 9D8ZVN Nevada, 5WPZ107, 7NMX176, 8LRC020, TRASEA, 50790K1, 11748S1, 8HRE153, 8HPH313, 7GPG165, 8KMN611, 7THG566, 6KEX989, ED081 Handicap 26949C2, 8YXH196, 7HHC375, THRPY4U, 8UOW121, 8YRS373, 8DTH010, D921VO, and 2694922. Yeah, I read that one. These minions. Let's see. Yeah, 4YEC492. Ooh, Satan is a psychopath. It is 11:27 a.m. 8DIH010, yeah, I read that one. 8TOV316. 8LZB698, 8AQT510, 8JTK610, 8BET403, 6YUA124, 8ZLB, yeah, I read that one, 8HCP919, 8XYF816, 8UDX785, CCL5813, Washington, 4KNC658, see, 8UDX785, 58583J3, 7WSZ728, 8ZJL241, 8NIL559, 72723K1, TVLA94, 6DDW165, 7D06802, 7RFM510, 8NIL559, 8KWN367, 53285D3, 5XUG682, C844P1, 7ETF, 858, 8NIL559, 7FGV978, All right, and these are all the minions that are sexually offending. They're molesting together while I'm sitting in Starbucks. Okay, they're also the sex offender that's monitoring when I'm in the bathroom, and they're stalking with audible activity creation. But let me be clear, the entity is all monitoring through these minions, maintaining presence in this parking lot while a sex offense is underway. Violent sex offenders. 7FGV 978, so that they are all monitoring together. They're sex offenders molesting together. All right, and that's what they're doing also while they're monitoring my documentation. That's a violent bunch of sex offenders. AWNG 308. All right, while you report or document the fact that you're subject to an ongoing unlawful touching all over your body, they like to engage in more of that touching, all right? So that everybody can engage in what is criminal monitoring together. Everybody's going to be prosecuted as a perpetual sex offender together. 6TSP 777, 5UJG 410. 7XVK 945, 7KLN 872, 6DDW 165, 8SBH 460, 6GHL 775, 7CFJ 293, 6CAP 240, 8XVX 135, 8KRX 842, 7NRM 788, 8SQK 689, 8AMT 041, 5VYY 367, 8LOB 443, 5MPD 637, I think I might have read that one, 8XQG 084. That's Chino Valley, who's coming out of the grocery store parking lot with their sirens. That's called criminal summoning. Everybody I just documented, federal prison. That's literally how that works. License 8LOB 443, 6JPS 575, 7PRP 463, 7FPD 869, 6NTZ 740, 7SJX 817, 39484S1, 8GFY 180, 8UKD 402. 8WOJ 203, they're all engaged in criminal summoning. Understand that? Criminal summoning is grounds in and of itself federal prison. Right? This is how an entity is acting together, engaging in what is ongoing facilitation, terrorizing you and stalking you with an environment, and doing so with an entity that are criminals with these vehicles. And so let me also let you know what the Chino Valley Fire did. First of all, they're crossing path as though they're just going to the grocery store. They're not. They're group stalking. But nonetheless, they're not going to the grocery store sounding their sirens, of course. Of course they're not doing that, right? So they're parking in the parking lot. And as I am over here reading license plates in relevant position while they're monitoring, 8WPD 038, I do see them with their lights on. They're not sounding their sirens, but they're driving quietly out of the parking lot with their lights flashing though. As I am literally capturing a picture of it, they start sounding their sirens while they're not doing anything but driving out of the parking lot. I just want to be clear. It's activity creation with simultaneity to my using my phone. That's the demonic behavioral pattern, but it is also that which is a demon that knows that they're being documented. So sounding your sirens is somehow normalizing what is you're driving out of the parking lot and doing so and sounding your sirens, because that's supposed to be the reason why you're using your lights. I just want to point all of that out. These are demons that know that they're being documented. Every single last minion that I just documented that I'm continuing, they're all engaged in criminal summoning. They're all monitoring, sitting in their cars like 7ZXU340. All right, engaging in surveillance, and it's currently 11:32 a.m. That's just adding on, and this is how you're using their criminal conduct against the entirety of the entity, because they're all monitoring together. All right, license. They're a bunch of unslick demons. That's all they are. MISNDIA, 8PGF 114, 8WOJ 203, 8XQB 529, 4CLP 069, 7PRP 463, 7YMW 993. 8JPG 594, 5RZX 873, 8XOR 597, 7THW 298, 6UHK 304, JACKEYC, 7MUB 559, 7YMW 993, I believe, in case I didn't read that one, 8TBV 548, 7XYS 931, 7VVB 122, 8XBG 270, 7TCY 913, 88966F2. Alrighty, 7TCY913 is engaging in surveillance, group stalking, sitting in the car in the parking lot while the entity is sounding plane engines. They're monitoring. All right, and you also know that because the fake sun is right here over my head while they're group stalking in a parking lot in order to maintain presence in the path. The same with 88966F2, group stalking in the parking lot, criminal summoning, all of them. 6RXU572, 61279H2, and that's the Chino Police Department. 7PCH717, 4ZBS267. That is license, I can't really see that one. I'll get that one in a second. License 8WFD944, 5YUA201. 8THU 151. 5DDY 297. 7WWL 967. 7RBN 176. 8PZW 645. 8JQL 494. 7ZXU 340. 1522OJ1. 8CGY 206. 8UMG 089. I think I read that one. 24LO 350. 7FGU 338. 8TES 302. 5DDY 297. I think I read all of those already. It is 11:34 a.m. All right, Penske / Modern Nomad. We've got two logos on this truck. US.3416032, MC01102, 01102-856. The license plate on this Penske truck with another logo on it as well. License 2765804. $65481Y2. $7KDM 446. 4PGP355. Okay, I just want to make sure I got all those license plates. 4HTN332. And it is 11:35 a.m. I want to make sure I got 7FGV978. Criminal surveillance, and also criminal summoning. 8VZZ964. LARBEAR. Loitering in relevant position, still engaging in what is criminal surveillance, criminal summoning. Monitoring with the entity that's sounding sirens, monitoring through the use of plane engines, amplifying plane engines, the entity stalking by airplanes. Over this parking lot, under the fake sign, 6TOL710, and license 7KKB043. The same thing, just loitering. Okay, just like they're loitering inside of Starbucks, they're loitering in the parking lot. All right, they're maintaining presence. This is criminal surveillance. The people of the state are stalkers. They're stalkers. 8MAH090, 8FEW642. Group stalking at El Pollo Loco. License 4YTB739, and El Pollo Loco is a stalker as well. The entity you are present with your business called El Pollo Loco, identified as the people of the state. That's how you're going to be prosecuted. The people of the state acting via El Pollo Loco, and that's why the specific setting is here. They're a group stalker. 8HCP919, and they're facilitating group stalking while the people of the state are at that business engaging in criminal monitoring with the state. $8KRX842, 6S88662, 3TJT521, I believe. $5DTH584, directed light 7GPG165. Yeah, the people of the state are stalkers, and they're a bunch of demons telling all the secrets of the people of the state. They're sickos. License 484TU. All right, handicap. All right, but actually in reality, the only handicap that they have, which is relevant, is that spirit of Satan on them. They're a bunch of demons, okay? All of them stalking with directed light. 8ZEA422, and literally what is a cartoon environment. You're literally maintaining a whole closed down universe while you think the sun is over Dallas, Texas right now. No, it's not. 8ZSC024. This is demonic. License plate 7BSU756, 8GWG532. time is it? It's 11:40 a.m. All right, you got a minion that's over here engaging in what is another method of surveillance under the fake sun, parking in what is a 7NWV551, 7PVU207, 8GGD148, and the demons of AMR, license 47423J2, vehicle 38868, that's federal prison. This minion monitoring, engaging in what is maintaining presence. And he's doing so in a particular part over here where it's not very full. All right, he's maintaining presence. 22NKIMO. Not him, nor the demon M. Ross with the Ontario Police Department are engaging in anything other than what is group stalking. Okay, and doing so, acting in concert with the people of the state under the fake sun. Okay, that's what that minion is doing, pulling out a dog, parking over here at this part of the parking lot, maintaining presence. Fake sun is over my head. He's group stalking. All right. He's as much of a beast as that dog that he's walking. I'm going to walk him right into federal prison. All right. It's currently 11:41 a.m. 7WMH 959 D914YO. And these are old white people. Old white people. So why am I bringing that up? These old white people are in Chino, California. All right. You've got a higher property value over here. They're supposed, all the things, all the superficialities that you are distracted with, which are the arguments of a bunch of demons who are stating, strangers aren't stalking you. What are you talking about? Don't nobody care about you. Ain't nobody worried about you. All right. You're talking about all of the things that Satan utters while it's stalking you, obsessively stalking. These old white people in Chino are not concerned about their children. They're not concerned about their nice houses where they exited to come and engage in what is stalking me right now, and doing so in the specific environment. You're talking about the entity that is using all manner of airplanes and fire trucks to use all of those resources to stalk me. These are demons. And I am every bit of the priority. License 8LGA622 in Chino, California. 8PXC479, 7NGD200, 39324W2, Amazon Prime, 7WJM285. License plate 8ZID654, 6NSK D43, I believe. And let's see, 7NMX176. It is currently 11:43 a.m. License 6XXT578. Let me see. SAW. No, I can't really see that one. This minion, this old white man walking his dog, I'm showing you, he's maintaining presence at a particular part of the venue where I'm at. He's group stalking. He's monitoring with this other one over here that's doing the same thing. I want to get their license plate. I can't see it from there. Let me walk over here. License SAWAUFO. It's 11:44 a.m. In case I did not document that one. 7FPD 869. There we go. Can I help you? No, you cannot. You're actually harming. It's unlawful what you're doing. Absolutely unlawful. That's what I'm capturing. What? Absolutely unlawful. License plate SAWAUFO. Cal Poly Pomona, another minion from Cal Poly Pomona. It is currently 11:44 a.m. He's in operation of his communication device. He is loitering in relevant position. He is stalking in plain sight. And his creation of audible activity, can I help you, while you're stalking someone, that is prosecuted as what is a threat. You're also monitoring while you're saying that. And this is the psychopath who is stalking you and then engaging in what is the psychopath conduct that's looking every other way while the entity is stalked by helicopter. The psychopath that's holding the hands of children while they're molesting you with directed light. While they're stalking and maintaining presence all around you, while that which is not possibly the sun is remaining over your head, stating, excuse me, can I help you? All right, that's a threat. That is a threat. It's also achieving what is monitoring. These are the psychopaths who you're talking about you're going to prosecute, because the government that's monitoring you, as you document that, even as they utter a word, it's ongoing monitoring, and it is also a threat. They're psychopaths that thought beforehand they can look left and right and start laughing and wear a button-up shirt, and it's supposed to make them above suspicion of stalking. It's not. 7SBW 835, it actually shows you they're very, very sick. And while those sick individuals are group stalking you, saying, excuse me, can I help you? While you're hostile to being documented, while you are indeed the sex offender and the stalker and the very, very demented psychopath, that's a threat. 58583J3. License 8NP, I can't really spell, you check on 6KEV457. And what you'll see also, not only did I capture his image, the fake sun is right over my head. Literally on the side of this little abandoned building, the Chino Smiles Dentistries, 5JHV622. It's right above my head. And so that audible activity, that's relevant for prosecution. License 6BMK069. The entity that is just stalking you, and you're talking about, I mean, not only are you a psychopath, this P.O.C is revealing psychopaths. The closeted psychopaths that are the people of the state. The demon-possessed population that are the people of the state, the demon-possessed population that are amongst you, and you are no longer ignorant about it. But I want to be clear, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct and doing it, and which is, I mean, there are a bunch of psychopaths doing that, but not only that, then you have what is, let me get 988R746, MISNDIA. This is an Asian male. If not a natural-born citizen, you deport them. 5XXF286. That's a black Mercedes. Group stalking. In your Mercedes. Don't you have something important to do? No, I am what's important. I am the central focus. All right? You have this minion that's pacing around in engineered light. All right, it's currently 11:47 a.m. It is, so anyway, you have the entity that's engaging in what is, maintaining this pattern of conduct, this system that's underway, the conduct of an entire, I mean, it's entirely psychotic. And then you have the conduct of the people of the state, which is entirely abnormal at that. All right. So that's what you're looking at, that duality, 8FTR784. Okay, it is. I want to document. He is now engaging in surveillance by just standing in the parking lot and pacing back and forth. Inoperative communication device. License 7KEX111, 7SLN053. And I'm looking at what is Fern Avenue and Schaefer, in between Fern and Euclid Avenue. License 8JLX880. License 8JLK. Hold on, 8JLK388. 8DIC908. 7PTB747. And again, the minion with the license plate SAW, where I'm standing next to Chino Smiles, which you'll see, I turn around again, and he's loitering in relevant position. He's entirely focused on me. This is exactly what he was doing in the car. He was entirely focused on me, stalking. All right, you're talking about what's a hostile demon getting out of his car and then still focused and monitoring while standing in perfect alignment with me, fixing your vision, in operation, staring, monitoring, group stalking, under what is the fake sun. That's exactly what he was doing while I was sitting in his car. Okay, so I just want to document that, and that's what I captured right now. Again, in images, he's engaging in what is ongoing monitoring in this parking lot. It's maintaining presence. 7KHS071. 7VXK511. And he was literally just standing there, dead, stuck, staring at me. So I turned around again, took a picture, and this is when he starts turning around. He's standing there monitoring. And the way he was sitting in his car, monitoring. Okay? It is 11:49 a.m. I can't really see that one. (7TMD 392). It is 11:50. 8ULU803. 8HVL973. MET star LS, I believe. 8ZAH558. 8NWU679. QAYEM12. Oh, I already got them. 7 I can't really see that one, but I probably got them already. (93264C3) 66226A3. (8 PRP 978) 7 CZH 156, I believe. (7 CTC 974) 6 RWR 262. Okay, let's see that one. 63101B3 8 NVE 273. It's 11:52 a.m. (6 102-183 5 ZKT 360). I think we have what? Chino Valley Fire, group stalking at Fern. 8KUF 541. 5VWC 250. 9AIR 891. 8KXX 951. Chino Valley Fire is a bunch of demons, directed light, license 1607571. 947 U.S.S. BRANFLK, monitoring with Chino Valley Fire. Let me show you. All right, license plate. 7TXK 249. 8 VOZ 708. 7 WWJ 027. 8 MO 2685. 7 MXZ 931. 996KO 61045M2. 8 UNH 243. 5 TPT 497. 5 AU, can't really see that one. 229, substantial somewhere. I can't really see it. 8 WSB 312. It is 11:54 a.m. I see that he's stalking by aircraft. Got a minion crossing path on a bike on the sidewalk next to me. 27565U1 on the road in front of me. The fire department loitering in the relevant position in the parking lot behind me. License 6WFM 162. 7SNA 829. License 11:55 a.m. That's an employee of El Pollo Loco Group stalking on the bike. 722 PWW, Florida. AV 44916. That's out of state as well. 8CGY 206. 8YMV 480. 8GNY 601. 5LXC 699. 7RFA 632. 7KEX 111. 8EZR 594. 8TAG 090. 78WJ 088. 8NEG 046. 8ZAH 558. 11:56 a.m. 76876F3, I believe. I can't really see that one that clearly. License 6HJL482, 6PXR 619, 8KFV 971, 8HNT 764, 8MJV 906, 8LWL 830, 7TXK 249, 99108J2, 8CYF 859, 15712Y2. It's 11:57 a.m. 8YYG 027, 7DIP 131, 8EKU 930. Eight AQT 510, 6XTD 714, 07795U2, 8DTH 010, 6TOL 710, 6AJN 302, I believe. That's a Toyota Camry, substantially similar. I think that's what I saw. 8YXB 757, 7787 8G2. Six PIC 241. Um, 15082K3 and QAYEM2, crossing path again. 79007W1, 8LIL027. Chino Police, crossing path. License on Fern Avenue. License ARZOLA1, 7RFB707. I can't see the other one. While they proceed on Fern Avenue, I can't see their license plate. Chino Police, excuse me, crossing path at 11:59 a.m. 6ZUY 602. 6H, I can't really see that one. 8UNG 969. 8UPZ 340. License plate 8HPH 313, 8YBR 319, 6JBZ 487, and TRASEA loitering in relevant position 9AQC 134, 7DJG 228. It is 12 p.m. It's 12:02 p.m. Capturing Chino Police, Chino Valley Fire Department, Amazon Prime. For example, the people of the state in Chino, California, 7CHN 715, equally animalistic, Neanderthalic, barbaric, criminals, violent sex offenders, group stalking, 7TMD392, and engaging in criminal conduct with the police who are arriving. So 07795U2, 7RFA632, 8KFV971, 8LIL027. This is federal prison. They're group stalking, engaging in ongoing terrorizing threat while these demons together are hostile, because I came to Chino, California to document the entity, but they're also engaging in what is stalking with the police. The police go to federal prison monitoring you directly. The police go to federal prison, and the people of the state go to federal prison monitoring you in concert with that police department. 7RFD707. let me be clear, the pool of defendants includes all those that I have been standing around documenting. This is the pattern of conduct at this shopping plaza. This is the Stater Brothers shopping plaza, by the way, like I have remained, and I also showed you where I got off at 10:19 in the morning. The light source, I'm looking at the same bus stop. This is the maintenance of the light source, not the sun, in every which way. With regard to what is the entity keeping the fake sun over the Upland Public Library at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You're necessarily there while I'm capturing you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, as I exit at 6. You're talking about what is never going to be the sun over some Stater Brothers parking lot, let alone it's directly over my head, while Chino police are going out of their way to pose a threat, as I capture on video. 7CZU412, they're all monitoring with the Chino Police Department. 6JXR129, including the sex offender Starbucks, engaging in that sex offense with the people of the state as the people of the state. They're doing so with the Chino Police Department. And like I said, if I didn't document anything other than what is my presence in that venue, the address in and of itself, your work schedule, prosecution, federal prison. All right, you're talking about they're monitoring with the Chino police, they're in relevant position. The pattern of conduct is applicable. The entity is monitoring all together. All right, and so anyway, it's currently 12:04 p.m. 8BYN012. Six WME 731 8CKC 058. Yeah. Eight ADS 401 U50 MLM. Eight BYN 012 123. I can't wait to know. Crossing the street right now. Getting to the opposite side of Schaefer. 8 LEM 145 8 TTL 481. GJK 748. $46676H3 Amazon Prime. 87228S1 6326. I can't really see the rest of that one. That was Amazon Prime again though. Eight PRS 933, 8 AMT 041, 8 AD D 805, but I don't think that's correct. I can't really see that one. 7JSE 995, 8H8NCER, 8A80402. D2. And I'm at bus stop number 8493. License 8LOB106. 3328457. That's a large truck. 7SNF149. 52553S2. 7G DC 046, 8FQR 525, 8JTJ 189, 6FWF 087, 7P98 547. It's 12:08 p.m. Four 7051 P2, 27354 F2, 5GUY 894, KE6RDK 7RFA 632 K164MO, 79400 K1, 8UPF 681 7BKR 821, 6PHB 010, license 8D35988, almost, 8LRC020, it's 12:10 p.m. 60622K2, 90072K2, 8YMB 956, 2108681, GO Heart DAFF. Six NSK 043, 6 CWK 248. 7 GCJ 958. 8 U's, I can't really see that one. 7X27749. 38920X1. It's 12:11 p.m. 8 EMJ 167. It's 12:14 p.m. 8 ZFG 431. MML 734-1388. 7YUS 804 8TZD 302. Seven UBA 086. License 45437G3. This is Oklahoma. 3GS827. And the logo on this truck, they're engaging in criminal surveillance. This is a threat to your life. The people of the state engaging in this ominous stalking, doing it right in your face, and doing it in concert with the government that's placing you under surveillance. This is Frey Miller, Oklahoma City, US.963300. VIN is PD853454. And this minion is walking out of the vehicle as I begin, first of all, approaching. Hi! Let me get him. Maintaining presence. All right, he walks out the vehicle as I approach in order to document. He's crossing path in doing so. What he was doing, though, that's speaking to what he was doing while I'm at the bus stop. He's engaging in stalking, and he's sitting in the truck in relevant position. This is an ongoing threat. This is posed by the people of the state. This is loitering in relevant position, and he is walking across the street. His back is toward me. All right, and then he is looking at me, coming back toward the truck that he was loitering in relevant position in, as I'm documenting and reading the logo on the bus. Excuse me, on the truck. The bus is coming. Thank you. Route 83 is coming right now. But this is a minion that's engaging in surveillance, and he's doing so under the light source. Get my stuff. He's doing so under the light source, which you see right over me. He is maintaining presence in the path.
83.
It's 12:18 p.m. So I want to document that is this third party that's engaging in what is surveillance sitting in that truck and immediately exits the truck as I'm going to take close-up images of his face, this stalker engaging in criminal conduct, threatening my life, monitoring with the state, and he exits, right? Runs out, in other words, runs out of the truck, crosses the street, and does so and at the moment that I'm reading the license plate, understand he's monitoring the entire time, even as he's exiting the truck. This is not conduct that is speaking to his ignorance of my presence or that he's going about his business. This is crossing path. This is movement in engineered light, while also with real-time knowledge of the fact that I'm approaching after you've been sitting in surveillance, just sitting there staring at me, monitoring, and then you are not coincidentally walking across the street, now going about your business after remaining there for a prolonged period. I took a picture of that truck that that he was sitting in there engaging in that, just stalking in your face. It's the same thing they're doing inside a Starbucks, sitting in there, stalking in your face, in that environment. All right, and crossing the street as though you're going somewhere, but then while I'm reading the license plate of the vehicle and go to read the logo on the door, I take another picture because what he's doing is stalking in the path. This is not a minion that's like, hey, what are you doing to my truck? As though they're concerned. They are monitoring me. They know exactly what I'm saying and what I'm doing. And what I took a picture of is his, again, crossing a path conduct is repeated while he stands at the back of the truck. All right, while this demon has a alerted look on his face, he is stalking in the path and the fake sun is right over my head. All right, and that is that trucking company. And these trucking companies are crossing state lines, engaging in interstate commerce with the criminal intent to place another under surveillance. That is the existing federal law that the people of the state are in violation of, including these trucking companies, which are, by virtue of what they do as trade, are engaging in interstate commerce. They're crossing state lines and monitoring, okay, with communication devices in violation of Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. And so I want to point that out about this trucking company engaging in that criminal conduct and breaking down this demon's conduct, his little version of monitoring me, because that's all he was doing, and crossing path conduct, and then returning back. You're getting out of the vehicle, leaving your vehicle as though you're not concerned about me as I'm walking toward it. But then as I'm still at the vehicle where you walked away, and then you're coming back as now you're concerned about your car or your truck. He's monitoring. He's maintaining presence in the path. That's the obsessive concern. Somebody in front, somebody all around, while the fake sun is directly over my head. This is employee number 3590 operating Omnitrans, bus number 1327. And I get on this bus moments after capturing those still images. It's 12:21 p.m. and the fake sun is directly across. It's on the same street as I'm showing you this trucker. The fake sun is at the same place that I captured at 10:19 in the morning. I'm on the same street. The same bus stop is across the street. Okay, and now the entity is keeping the light sources. I'm on the same street, Euclid Avenue, and go and have at no time gone all the way to the Chino Transit Center. Didn't go to the Chino Branch Library. This is where the entity is keeping the fake sun when I go to those venues until the end of the day when I exit, but not when I go and I get off at Stater Brothers in the middle of that route. It remains right there at the same bus stop, by the way, and then in the opposite direction as I go back toward the city of Ontario on Route 83. This is not the sun that will possibly be over the roof of the Fontana Chamber, but the Fontana Lewis Library, where my documentation shows I'm already present. on multiple days, also arriving at later times, coming from the city of Chino. The entity is keeping the fake sun nonetheless, though, as though that's the sun over the Fontana Lewis Library. Not only the entrance as I walk out, but also the back that faces Sierra and Spring Street. That's not occurring while it's remaining over me in the middle of the day in Chino, California at Schaefer and Euclid Avenue. This is not the sun that would possibly be remaining over, as you see it, as I capture it, over the roof of the Upland Public Library, as though the sun is remaining stationary. No, it's not when I'm in Chino. And that's not the sun that would maintain that mutual presence squarely over your head, while it's also at the same time remaining over the roof of the Upland Public Library. While I'm in Chino, California, no, that's not happening at the same time. And that's not the sun that would be at those two vastly different locations over my head based on where I'm going on one day versus another. That's not the sun. That's impossible. And you also know it's not the sun because the entity is keeping the fake sun over the Upland Public Library all day long. So, in other words, there is no time where the sun would even have an opportunity to be over me, as I got documented today at the Stater Brothers Plaza off of Schaefer and Euclid. But this is what I'm documenting while I'm showing you also breaking down the conduct of the demon-possessed who are stalking in that environment that is deliberately maintained, conducive for criminal monitoring. And it's demonic. License plate 6FYE646. It is currently 12:24 p.m. 8 p.m. in 746. Group stalking the people of the state where they live, living right there on the corner. Group stalking.
Walnut Street.
7FMY 512 06235B1 92036S1 8LMS 182 8PNM 847 8LFU 766 8JFU 766, excuse me. 9AVP 633. Group stalking at McDonald's on Euclid Avenue.
Hi, Omnitrans Writers. Share your moment and tag at Omnitrans in the team can use. You just might be featured on our social media pages. Like always, remember to stay safe, sanitize your hands regularly, and wear a mask while on the bus. Learn more at Omnitrans.org.
Group stalking at Hotel Seville at 2441 Euclid Avenue. Stalking in the path with light. I'm just using a truck, a demon keeping their foot on the brakes. It's a method of light activity creation while I'm on the bus, keeping light presence in the path. And you're literally listening to the people of the state group stalking on the bus. That's what that is. Operation of communication device, audible activity creation. It's 12:26 p.m. License 5EEG 287-4364212. 8FTY 849.
Philadelphia Street.
Seven WEM 079. Nine AVP 633 6XGX 301 9ARZ 040 8YIX 698 8UZS 392 GE 045 handicap 7XVA 036. Seven 945 OX1. 7 ZFE 406.
Francis Street.
17684 U2, that's Enterprise. Six MRY 121, 6 UVE 269.
Route 83, upwind. Please have your fare ready. Prepare. Pay your fare. No courtesy lights.
It's currently 12:28 p.m. It's called amplification. That's demonic. 7VZA 447 is stalking with light activity while that demonic audible activity is created. This is terrorism. License 6RLR 141 8LEG 914. All right, that demon was sitting in front of the bus with its hazard lights on while this demon is getting at the bus stop. This is how they're engaging in concerted conduct. This meaning gets on the bus. This is causing the bus to stop, obviously. A demon sits in front of the bus with their hazard lights on, and the amplified audible activity, which is extraordinarily loud, like it's some sort of engine revving, they're monitoring together. 8KLU 802. Seven SCB 747, 8 ZQS 163.
Belmont Street.
8 ZNB 806, SLAAAT 407 RZ handicap. 8 TPD 856, 8 JQJ 563, 6 XXT 986, 81210N2, 7 LUU 511, 7M 97156, it's 12:30 p.m., 7 NOY 856, 6 ZLA 362, 58470E3, 7 UJM 743, 8 TCM 452, 8 AKS 494, 49308W2, 8FXV 398, 24378M1, 8 DLC 451,
Sunday Street.
8 SSK 463, 8 XNR 307,
Please have your fare ready. Prepare. Pay your fare. No courtesy lights.
8 CRY 462, 12:33 p.m. Fake sun over me at 529 Euclid Avenue. 8HNE 180. 8YQR 491.
Stop requested. If possible,
License
please
6GJG 303. 7ZRK 880. It is 12:33 p.m. Alrighty, license 1370398, bus 1327. Getting off, fake sun remaining over me coming from Chino, and you see the fake sun remaining over me as I'm coming to Ontario. Getting off at the bus stop where I get on in the morning, where the fake sun is directly over me at the same bus stop where I board at 7:30 in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, 9:30 in the morning, 10:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the afternoon, and also into the latter part of the day as I documented after 4 p.m. Several days ago while I was going to the county building, I documented all that. And this is the position of the light source as I'm coming from Chino on Route 83 to the city of Ontario. 7YDB462, at no point is the sun ever over the Upland Public Library. It's impossible to be the case. And it is also impossible while the entity is, the light source is remaining directly over me on this Omnitrans bus at the location where I am early in the morning, departing from the city of Ontario under what is not possibly the sun. As I literally get off and that fake sun is over me on the side of the bus where I'm seated, and that light source is as I get off the bus, where I get on the bus and go to Upland, okay? That's the pattern of conduct. And that's exactly what I showed you in Chino, California as well. License 7SJB072. And what you see in the video are group stalkers. 8WEK775, 5SZK357, 7NVR683, 8WPK629, 6JMD470, 5PZK821, 8SSK463, 7FMG523, 20544M2, 8LQU028, 9AZJ870, 8ACG223, 7JMX169, 7UHF083, 8XGB590, 037HYW, I believe. 36035M2, 8LPE591, 8GDW371, 6WRB133. It is currently 12:37 p.m. This is P.O.C. (8ZGZ575), 8AIP317. BN46R37 paper, 5POP594, 8ZZH646, 12631U2, 6UYP004, 7UNM460, 8NXX926, 7AVB050. VIB097, I believe that's out of state. 5PRA868, and that is the group stalker, Southwest Airlines. License 1TACOPZ. Group stalking while I use my camera to show you the group stalker that is Southwest flying directly over my head at 12:39 p.m. Alrighty, license 8CRJ206, BC15290, I believe. That's Air Products. FA1188 is a back license plate. That's a commercial vehicle. License 6FDX413, 7GIL024, 220VLTZ. The 8XDY 887, 6XIY 642, 8PPZ 247. License 4006583. I think I read that one already. 7WQZ890, 6XMD 981, 8JWM 749, SSSAUCY 7KDN 423, 8WRY 761, 6KXF063, 6AMG097, 7JDN467, 8TJH613, 38641R2, I believe. That is 38644R2. 8J36400. 5VEV228. 8FVX029. I read that one already. 6VHX174. 7ZTN481. It's 12:41 p.m. 6AMG097, 8HQP616, 55868B2, 8GLM557, 5BJG776. Capturing video of my placement, my location at Wells Fargo, 12:40 in the afternoon, where I'm here at 9 in the morning, showing you that same exact location. Not the sun, not the natural environment. 8RUU738. Ontario police captured in that video group stalking as well. That's called impunity, and that is speaking to what is evidence to get the people of the state who'll go to federal prison with them. 8YCU839. I just captured this on video at the Wells Fargo in Ontario. 8EKT939. And it is currently 12:46 p.m. MOF 634, 5BNU 616. This is a black-faced minion monitoring another black woman in concert with the demon-possessed police department. Black on black crime with the police. GD 971 handicap. It's group stalking. ATQW 543. All right, that smacks in the face of any Black Lives Matter narrative. That's not what's going on in California. All right, these minions are not separated by race. These minions are united by a condition that you are ignorant about, relying on things to distract you with race, politics, socioeconomic divisions, while you're subject to what is a satanic targeting system. License 6ARK600, and what are providing what are false narratives for what's actually going on. And it's demonic. 8UXX474, 6ZLN130, 8TUU011. It is currently 12:47 p.m. License 8SPJ173, pacing with 8MOG927. Yeah, 8KUP982. $8TDY759, 8ZRM704, 8SOM870, 8XKU984, 4YFS497, GRG, GKG, 8UAD514, 4AZD257, 8HOB791, 6XTL766, 6JSN902, 5EZM554. Yeah, 8TDY759. I read that one. Hold on, this is surveillance 1249. Alrighty, this is surveillance GRG, GKG, the white Tesla, and engaging in surveillance in the parking lot. This is the parking lot of the Ovid Family Community Library at no time in a natural environment where scientific facts surround the way that the environment would operate. In other words, the sun is not present over this Ovid Family Community Library. at 7:34 in the morning, and then also, which is right now 12:50 in the afternoon, 10 o'clock in the morning as well, as I documented, 9:35 in the morning also, as I documented as of late. You're talking about what is remaining, as I documented March 13, 2022. Don't forget about that documentation where I'm sitting at the front. The entity's keeping the fake sun directly over me while I sit there, aiming light underneath that shaded structure where there would be no sunlight. But you also see that light object. That documentation is there. That's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I also document what is the entity keeping the fake sun as I exit on Sunday, 4:06 p.m. I'm also documenting the entity that's keeping the fake sun as I document at 6:41 p.m. coming from Chino at a later time, by the way. Entity keeping the fake sun in perfect alignment with me coming from Chino. All right, just like I did today at an earlier hour, same exact pattern of keeping the fake sun. This is criminal surveillance, GRGGKG, in the parking lot of the Ovid Family Community Library. All right, they're engaging in criminal surveillance, monitoring with the police, 8 UAD 514. All right, it is 12:51 p.m. So when I am speaking to what is criminal surveillance, that's why, let me remind you about how unnatural this behavior is in this highly unnatural environment. That's why I'm running down the documentation. And that's just, there is even more than that. It is absolutely an impossible occurrence what the entity is doing with this light source. And this is all meanwhile while you think you are under the sun in Missouri, right? In Nevada. No, it's not. Not possibly. Now, well, you've got those timestamps. That's speaking to what's supposedly the sun. That's specifically over the Ovid Family Community Library. You're not looking at the sun over you in Las Vegas, Nevada, over your head. Not while I'm looking at it right here over my head at the Ovid Family Community Library from morning until evening. That's exclusive. That's exclusive maintenance of a light source, non-movement of a light source. Non-movement. This is revealing the demonic and the criminals. All right, it is currently 12:52 p.m. 12:53 p.m. 7N91022 63834V1 19374R2 7ZXM 673 8V CZ582 7ZHH 704 7ESC 971 6UKT 520 7MQM 302 8SPL 145 7N91022 5ERJ 909 8LLW 752 8SPL 145 3CGR 470. All right, this is surveillance at the same 280 North Limit Apartments where I showed you the fake sun over me at 10:19 in the morning. She's stalking at the apartments. License 90120A1. And this particular stalker I captured, 3CGR470. That's called impunity. Right, they're going straight to federal prison for that. 8JVL217, 8MIF840, 8RPG768, 93330J1, 7SQS808, 7MMH 788, 5NOZ723, 7YNY765, 8YYG135. It's 12:54 p.m. I literally just captured what is the light source that's directly over my head. I'm at the same 280 North Limit Apartments where I was last week, showing you directed light that was on the wall of this venue where a bunch of demons live who are over the age of 55. All right, and the demonic activity that they're engaged in and criminal conduct that they are engaging in, where they live. All right, and this is where the light source was hovering over me at 10:19 a.m. It's 12:54 p.m. and that light source is in that same position directly over my head after I came from Chino. The entity didn't go anywhere with that light source last Sunday after I went from from this venue to the Ovid Family Community Library. Kept it right there. Right there, that's why I captured it after I exited the Ovid Family Community Library. 5EWV523, 7DTD287. All right, but you have, again, as I move, that's what stalking is. I'm showing you what the demon possessed do, what Satan is doing. Stalking with a whole environment. And while Satan is doing that, this is the criminalization of that. You're going to hold the government accountable because it's placing you under surveillance in that demonic environment. You're supposed to be ignorant of that. All right, but let me be clear. It takes, a whole level of just willful This is willful. This is even above what is willful ignorance. When you're talking about disregarding directed light, you can't miss that. I've shown it to you. Maybe you didn't, but that's entirely abnormal. All right, and that in and of itself is speaking to what you are aware that you're subject to. And directed light is direct evidence of, first of all, a demon, and it's not just one; it's everybody. Okay, that is literally the conduct of Satan. Satan engages in directed light conduct. I've done nothing other than provide what is a term in order to, so that we can talk about what it is that you're looking at, this abnormal, impossible conduct that's occurring, which is the pattern of the demon-possessed who are engaging in monitoring with communication devices. License 53138B2. All right, it's 12:56 p.m. and so the light source is directly over that 280 North Lemon Apartments as I walk over there, and that's the same position where I was at 10:19 in the morning as I documented last week. And again, today when I went to Chino, the fake sun's over me in Chino, California. All right, so you're talking about in and of itself, as I go to those same very vastly different locations, and I'm also doing that at very different times. At 280 North Lemon Apartments, I'm here at 10:19 in the morning. I went to Chino today at 10:19 in the morning. I do return to what is actually Ontario, and I go to the 280 North Lemon Apartments. The sun would at no time be over the same property of the 280 North Lemon Apartments where it was over supposedly the sun. At 12:40 in the afternoon, that's not the sun. All right, I'm just showing you what is the ongoing, a different vantage point of what is the same exact pattern of stalking with the sun, and it stands out like a sore thumb. All right, and you are stalking, engaging in surveillance in that environment, and you are going to federal prison for it. So this is the breakdown of that whole system, and not only that, not only are they stalking, and they are obsessive stalking. You're talking about an entity that seeks very desperately to try to hide the fact that they're a bunch of demons, first of all, and also the fact that they are obsessively stalking you, concerned with everything that you're doing. Okay, and literally as I break it down, I use that terminology because you need to understand they're very violent sex offenders, but for documentation, but for the right person to present that in a palatable form where you can see in an organized structure what this system is, what they are doing, how they are doing it, and who they're doing it with. That is the state of California. You're talking about what is Satan just having a field day, trying to terrorize someone, and then not only that, wants to defame you and render illegitimate any allegations that an ordinary target individual not equipped with, not armed with documentation to prove their very allegations. All right, and that I find to be an injustice. Okay, that's a very, very sad reality, and based on what the entity has done, what I'm documenting, what they engage in, what Satan likes to do, you're going to prosecute that. It's demonic activity. We're not going to change the name. These are demons. 5EWV523. You're going to call it what it is. It's the work of Satan. But guess what? Satan is going to be dragged in court. Satan's going to be identified by government names. Satan's going to federal prison. Satan's going to be prosecuted as the sex offender that it is, as the stalker that it is, as the malicious criminal that it is, this entire system. And you're talking about what is in every way honing in on all of the threats that the demon-possessed population poses, not only to, for example, children that they are in custody of while this system is underway, targeting another American citizen. You're a threat to the public. You're also a threat to those children who you are exposing to that environment. Like what type of sicko? I'll tell you what type of sicko, a demon-possessed one. All right, so you have what is addressing that as I'm documenting it. I love it. Sit around with your kids. Go ahead, engaging in monitoring. You're talking about what is showing you the sick people that they are. And you are doing so on an ongoing basis and showing not only how much of a demented psychopath that you are, and you're doing nothing other than engaging in that conduct, hopeful that nobody would ever find out. That's literally what they did engage in. Think that nobody's ever going to find out. Nobody's ever going to know. Right, so anyway, it's currently 12:59 p.m. This is P.O.C. You got a bunch of minions arriving at the Ovid Family Community Library engaging in surveillance, while that which is not the sun arriving hours later than 10 o'clock. I'm here at 9:35 in the morning documenting. That's not where the sun was this morning at 9:35. Remains directly over me and arriving as I arrive. It's 1 p.m. And this is P.O.C. Hello. Hi.
What are you doing, sweetie?
I'm fine. What's your name? Patsy? Hi, Patsy. Can I get you mind if I get a face mask?
Sure. Let's see if I can find one.
Hi, what's your name?
Rosa.
Rosa? Hi, Rosa. Good afternoon.
Hi. Oh, thank you.
Securitas is monitoring. Oh, one would be fine. Thank you.
Here you go,
People don't
sweetie.
think about that. Actually,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to touch it when you put it in your hand. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I wasn't complaining about you. Thank you. All right, they're monitoring. Alrighty, and documenting, identifying the minions and also the security guard, the Caucasian female, and this is directed light that's on the elevator, and their group stalking, engaging in what is loitering around the bathroom. These are literally demons who are maintaining presence in case I go into the bathroom, maintaining presence around the bathroom, and then also they engage in what is entering into the bathroom with knowledge of where I'm at. All right, so I just want to break down those. That's predatory. All right, you're documenting the sex offender. It's 1:01 p.m. All right, you're looking at what is demonic pacing in directed light. At 1:02 p.m. They're demons. It is, and they're monitoring with communication by very, very serious criminal activity, showing you the ways in which they're engaging in that criminal monitoring system inside of the building. That is Ovid Family Community Library. They're all walking around in engineered light. I've showed you the multiple shadows while I'm inside of the venue. They're all demons, all of them stalking. And I'm just showing you what is the glaring evidence of it in an entirely abnormal environment. Anyway, it's currently 1:02 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is documentation of what is federal stalking by entity in the bathroom as well. The entity is engaging in surveillance in the private space. All right, a couple of things you're going to point out. Not only, this is clearly, I've already shown the P.O.C., but I just want to literally point out what I captured. Think about this. First of all, I come to the venue of the Ovid Family Community Library. This is the afternoon. The documentation is revealing, first of all, the pattern of the entity keeping what is the fake sun over the 280 North Limit Apartments. Pay attention. You see the African-American female who's monitoring on her communication device. The fake sun is directly over my head as I'm standing at the entrance area underneath that structure. That is movement, by the way. It's very precisely over my head, and it is literally over the entrance area. The entity engaging in conduct of keeping it routinely over the 280 North Limit Apartments. Pay attention to these nuances. It's also speaking to what is not possibly the sun that would be over that entrance hours later. That's even just disregarding what you were doing with the fake sun before placing it over the 280 North Limit Apartments. This is what the entity was doing. But even so, let's think about this as well. If that was the sun, that would ever, which is not, but even as you engage in what is this change where you're placing your fake sun, it would not be over the same entrance area, over the same building when it's there as of, we'll just say 9:35, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's non-movement of the light source, even as you are inconsistent with where you are placing your fake sun, which is going from the building next door to being directly over the entrance. The entity is engaging in what is equally impossible light activity while the entity placed that fake sun over the 280 North Limit Apartments all day, and engaging in what is also keeping it in alignment with the entrance of that Ovid Family Community Library, as I've also documented where the entity is keeping it until the end of the day, which I've shown that as well. It's all speaking to the same impossibility. Not only that, while I'm capturing this during the 1 o'clock afternoon, it is at the same exact location, by the way, which is over the center walkway area of the Ovid Family Community Library after 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I exit. Pay attention to where it is as I'm standing outside of the entrance and where I'm standing at 4:06 p.m. as I documented last Sunday. Okay, this is speaking to what the asininity of just blatant stalking with light while you're looking at these demons walking up and down the stairs in engineered light, which is under no circumstances the normal light activity. That's an impermissible threat. And there are a bunch of demons providing the evidence for how and why they belong in federal prison and not getting out. All right, because that's exactly where American citizens that's where the people of the state are going while they're engaging in criminal monitoring with the police departments. This is a very serious criminal activity, violating the constitutional and human rights. And while you're walking up the stairs in that impossible light activity, literally providing a wealth of documentation against yourself and the people of the state, all right, demonstrating impunity. That's what you're demonstrating. You're demonstrating how much you want to go to federal prison. It's a very serious criminal act occurring in real time while I'm capturing that. There is no time where the sun will be present over that same specific location. First of all, where it's not even there in conformity to a pattern, where I'm in an entirely different city at the same time, but let alone you're talking about what would not be the case, which is remaining over that same location as though that sun, 3 hours later, that's requiring the sun is directly over that window in order for that light to be present over that elevator, that staircase. There are demons that are pacing in engineered light. This is the communication of a threat. All right, and it is also speaking to what is asinine, where the entity is keeping a fake sun next to the building 3 hours later from now. It's next to the building. And it's also asinine while the entity was engaging in keeping that fake sun over the 280 North Limit Apartments. Remember when the entity was doing that? So now somehow you're directly over the building of the Ovid Family Community Library, and this is just speaking to what it's doing here. This is not over the Ovid Family Community. This is over the Ovid Family Community Library when I'm standing in the parking lot, getting GRG, GKG, engaging in surveillance. Remember, that's on the opposite side of the building. It's right over my head in that parking lot, and then it's right over my head at the entrance. And you remember when it's right over my head beside that entrance at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's in the front of the building at 9:35 in the morning. All right, it's on the same street, aiming light onto me at 6:41. You're talking about what is asinine. And then while you're just keeping light over that elevator. So I just want to point this out to you. They are clearly stalking. They are psychopath stalking. And there is no time frame whereby there is ever any sun that's over that Starbucks in Chino at 7055 Euclid Avenue in Chino, California, and then somehow keeping light over this, specifically over that window, because that's what's required when you're engaging in the system. Oh, that's the sun that's over the window, over the elevator, inside of the building of the Ovid Family Community Library at 215 East C Street. All right, not only that, but it's remaining all day long, as I've documented. No, it's not. All right, so I'm just breaking that system down. And these are the people of the state revealing their own condition. Those are demons. That's how you know them. They're demons, and they're stalking, and they're demonstrating impunity. That's a ground of federal prison. And like I said, if I didn't document anybody else but the minions whose voice you heard, who I captured their names, that's federal prison. They're monitoring together. All right, but of course I have a whole pool of defendants, and not only that, it goes beyond this. I'm revealing a system. I'm documenting, giving examples as to how an ordinary American citizen may start the process of documentation. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You're talking about what is also going well beyond that with regard to those who are going to federal prison for posing this threat to the life of an American citizen. You are monitoring while you're at work, and you're intentionally and knowingly doing so. You are manning the path, engaging in what is ongoing hovering conduct around a bathroom. That's sexually predatory conduct. That's exactly what those minions who I show you pushing the stroller, they just stand, take position, go right into the bathroom. They're manning the path in the event that I go in there. That's a sex offender making sure, whoa, got the bathroom covered, make sure she is surrounded while in the bathroom. And even if not physically entering, maintaining presence all around in engineered light around the bathroom. They are stalking around the bathroom. That's entirely predatory. And this is an ongoing threat to your life. And it's also sexually motivated. The government, that is, and this is what they're doing, okay, but for documentation. But let me be clear. The demon possessed are clearly communicating that we're stalking you. We're stalking you in the bathroom. There's no way that you can prove it. And you're going to look crazy if you try to allege it. This is what the entity, this is how the system is built. And this is why the many grounds, you're going to federal prison for that. You're going to federal prison for that. And it's necessary as a matter of justice. And if you're talking about federal prison and or what are mental facilities where many of the demon-possessed actors, closeted psychopaths belong. Okay? These are ticking time bombs. And this is a threat to the public. And it's facilitated by government. And so anyway, it's currently 1:10 p.m. I just want to break that down. That's what you're looking at. It's in every way, literally, the asinine maintenance of a light source, and that's that ongoing obsessive stalking. You're witnessing that obsession while you're walking up the staircase in direct light. That's a very super duper thirsty, as you would in the vernacular you would refer. This is a super duper thirsty stalker. That's what she's doing. It's impossible light activity, and she's going to that extent to engage in monitoring. I mean, she's stalking. All right, it's currently 1:11 p.m. This is P.O.C. This demon stalking with audible activity. Hi. Hello. Can I get more time on number 11, please? Thank you. What's your name again?
Alexander.
Alexander? Thanks, Alexander. Alexander is a minion wearing the pink shirt. He is group stalking while he is operating the monitors in the computer library. He's working the monitors, and he is stalking with audible activity. This is a demon. He was also engaged in surveillance in the Ovid Family Community Library parking lot, where I went back there and captured the light source. He is getting out of his vehicle as I'm turning the corner, getting ready to read those license plates back there. That's a demon that knows that I am coming. He is also engaging in what is crossing path while he is seeking to get out of his car and not be captured. Engaging in surveillance in the car. Anyway, Alexander is engaging in what is harassment as a demon-possessed entity, stalking with ongoing noise and engineering light. Everything that he is doing is accomplishing monitoring. You have impossible light activity that fills the venue. But in addition to that, Alexander is engaging in what is stalking with noise. It is currently 2:21 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you do have what are the demon-possessed people of the state Group stalking on behalf of the Ontario Police Department, by the way. The state of California that stalks by helicopter and stalks with what is an environment conducive for what is criminal monitoring. And this is literally, I want to be clear, this is not just a criminal that's stalking, this is a demon that's stalking in the bathroom at Ovid Family Community Library. It is currently 3:29 p.m. and it's also on surveillance cameras. You have the minions that are at the circulation desk who are monitoring with him. This includes Alexander. He's a violent sex offender and he's monitoring with the entity that enters inside of the restroom to engage in sexually violent criminal monitoring. It is currently 3:29 p.m. at Ovid Family Community Library. This is stalking in the bathroom. She's turning the hand dryer on and off and on and off with simultaneity to what I'm doing. So while my panties are down, turning them on and off because I'm engaging in private activity inside of the bathroom stall. This demon that is stalking in the path in directed light in the bathroom, using the hand dryer as a method of stalking with activity. This is that entirely gross and sexually violent criminal monitoring conduct. Under the fake sun and in directed light. It's 3:32 p.m. I want to be clear. Alexander, the demon that's pacing around in engineer light with the rest of these minions, is a violent sex offender monitoring with that demon that entered in to engage in that sexually offensive criminal monitoring. Okay, they're minions that are monitoring together. It is currently 3:32 p.m. It's P.O.C. All right, I'm monitoring with Alexander in relevant position outside of the bathroom. Hi, I forgot your name. What's your name again? Halsa?
R-O-S-A.
Oh, Rosa. Sorry. I need another mask. Can I get another one, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Rosa, and are you guys new employees? I've never seen you before. That's why I'm asking you. Patricia Marin. Thank you, Rosa and Patricia Marin. They're monitoring. Okay, group stalking in the bathroom with these sex offenders patrolling in and out with Alexander, right? Whose license plate I recited in the parking lot of Ovid Family Community Library. Violent sex offenders monitoring together corporately, and this minion that is at the entrance is standing in relevant position for purposes of crossing path, and it's monitoring while that demon enters inside of the bathroom. Let me also point out what the entity intends to engage in. The entity that is engaging in what is the sexually violent pattern of conduct is doing so with the intent to harass, okay, and sexually offend. The entity, as I've shown you what Ovid Family Community Library in particular likes to do, monitor you and then come up with what are narratives with regard to their criminal obstruction of justice, literally admitting that you can see through the doors and the walls, telling me what I'm doing inside of the bathroom stall. That's what they like to do while they engage in that pattern of conduct, know that I'm documenting it, and also speaking to what is documentation while I'm inside of the bathroom stalls. Let me be clear, this is the entity that engages in analogous conduct where they are engaging in what is assaulting you and doing so with the intent that you would react, that you would engage in defending yourself even, which can likely engage in what is criminal summoning. All right, this is the entity that engages in that conduct. Alexander is a very violent sex offender. He is on surveillance cameras. He's wearing the pink shirt. He's an overweight minion sitting at that desk, and they are monitoring together, and he is monitoring me while my panties are down inside of that restroom, and doing so with that minion that's following into the bathroom, is present in directed light. I'm subject to a molestation while you have a psychopath engaging in what is sexually perverted monitoring conduct, using the hand dryer as a method of ongoing noise creation with simultaneity to my movement inside of the bathroom stall, where that demon knows exactly what I'm doing, okay, as I'm doing it. And this is after I'm capturing what is the fake sun that's over that same elevator at 3:27 in the afternoon, or I'm capturing that same presence at 10:19 in the morning. And while I'm capturing that, you're looking at what is nothing other than changing the placement of that engineered light. It's just going from the front to the back, and you're maintaining that light source. This is the asset entity that they're engaging in. This is stalking conduct, all right? And you have the same minion that is group stalking at the Upland Public Library engaging in that sex offense as well. It is currently 3:37 p.m., and that is the impunity. You're talking about Rosa, and the minions that are Patricia and Rosa that's grounds of federal prison. Not only that, they're engaging in what is criminal monitoring. Not criminal monitoring. It is criminal monitoring, but criminal summoning. While the entity was sounding sirens, I start capturing that video. You see them walking around, they're crossing path and engineer light, monitoring together, and then the sex offender follows me into the bathroom. Okay, and engages in what is monitoring me, engaging in sexually offensive monitoring conduct because these demons are hostile while I document them. No words have to be exchanged. These are demons that are engaging in that P.O.C. And these are demons that know that they're being documented. These are demons who are serving for what is the grounds of federal prison for the people of the state. They're all on surveillance cameras. Literally, your work schedule is the evidence of your presence. And you have what is also Sean Thrasher, who's going to federal prison for that, okay, and going for a long time. Okay, this is the same exact pattern of conduct that is underway, that is ongoing right now while they are in your face, right? This is what you're witnessing: stalking you in your face, stalking you in the bathroom, sexually offending while monitoring you and stalking you in the bathroom, where they're also engaging in what is that on behalf of the sex offender, that is the Ontario Police Department, where they are in the bathroom via the people of the state, violent sex offenders, demons engaging in this criminal system, all right? And that's the big picture. It is currently 3:38 p.m. This is Ovid Family Community Library, and this is, again, I wanted to get Patricia, this is Alexander, and this is also Rosa, those two Latina females. Again, as I stated, new faces, especially as I'm including on my podcast, the names of these minions who are engaging in that sexual violence, federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. Bringing up more names is just more documentation, that's fine. It's still remaining these sex offenders that are Abigail, going by the name of Abby, okay? You have the minions that are Mickey, the minions that I've documented, Natasha, and then the other Natasha who appears to be perhaps like Asian and white together, mixed together, but these are the minions who I've been documenting as of late with regard to their names, because you have what is a specific, as I stated on February 4, 2022, I don't need to do that in order to go to federal prison, but I'm very specific. I want you to know who's here, because they're all going to federal prison, while this same exact entity engages in what is a pattern of criminal summoning, while they are engaging in such sexual violence, such entirely demented conduct, and with impunity. Impunity equals federal prison. It is currently 3:40 p.m., and that is Ovid Family Community Library, engaging in what is a criminal summoning, federal stalking by the entity in the private space, harassment and intimidation by the entity engaged in federal stalking. And again, this is an ongoing terrorizing threat by an entity engaged in federal stalking. It's currently 3:40 p.m. That's P.O.C. This is amplification, meaning amplification is a reference to what is demonic activity. All right, this is literally a demonic work that you can hear. It's noise and engineered light. And what is physically occurring, what I'm visually observing rather, is what is a plane that is exceedingly high in elevation, and the volume is not commensurate with that elevation. That is what is amplification. Okay, this is demonic activity. This is speaking to, again, the demon that gets on the elevator while I am in the bathroom inside of the Upland Public Library, for example, and inside of the bathroom you can hear what is impossible to hear. The elevator that is across the room from the women's restroom, and then not only that, hearing what's supposedly reminiscent of the sound of the elevator, that's called impossible audible activity. It's speaking to amplification. Amplification is demonic. This is a demon that is operating a plane. It's exceedingly high in elevation, and yet the volume is as though they are hovering over right here where I'm at. That's demonic, and it's analogous to what I've documented inside of the venues. This is the same entity that is stalking by plane and helicopter. I did capture video at 5:45 p.m. at the Ovid Family Community Library, the Ontario Police Department, engaging in terrorism, stalking, and I captured this video of the Ontario Police Department flying directly over my head with a helicopter while I am being, the fake sun is remaining directly over me, and not only that, at the same venue, which is the Ovid Family Community Library. I'm standing at the same position where I stood at 10 o'clock in the morning, and that fake sun is over my head at the same position. It's at 5:45 p.m. This is the same location. This is demonic. It's the demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police Department, who are engaging in what is terrorism on its face by stalking me by helicopter. But it is also terrorism because these are the demon-possessed who are engaging in what is a criminal monitoring system, and doing so under what is the fake sun. Under no circumstances would the sun ever possibly be present at the same address, 215 East C Street, at the same location where I am at 9:35 in the morning. And what is 10 o'clock in the morning, and also, as I reminded in that video, 7:34 in the morning, as I documented at this Ovid Family Community Library, the fake sun is over me on the parking lot side of the same address. That's an impossible occurrence. This is a reference to the demonic and the impossible occurrence of what you are literally hearing. The elevation of that plane is in no way commensurate. You wouldn't even hear that plane. All right, and that's how far up it is right now. It was a white plane. It's very high in elevation. You would not hear that. The entity is surrounding me with noise of a plane activity, while a demon is in operation of a plane and is crossing path above me in the sky. In the same way, demons get on the elevator, and those demons on those elevators are engaging in what is surrounding me with what is the demonic sound of what they are doing, the elevator in operation. It's demonic conduct. The demon possessed engage in targeting me. All right. And that is translated into what is terrorism, while the elements of monitoring light, activity, and relevant positioning. It is occurring under what is the fake sun, which remains at 6:31 p.m. while I remain at the Ovid Family Community Library. All right. It is currently, again, the Ovid Family Community Library where I'm at. That's amplification of plane engines. And that is, by the way, in concert with the same demon-possessed Ontario police who are engaged in obsessive stalking. It's 6:31 p.m. This is P.O.C. Right, it is currently 10:25 p.m. So documenting ongoing terrorism at the Ontario Town Square. I captured video this afternoon at 5:45 p.m. under the light source, which is a clear capture of what is a demonic environment where the sun is never going to be present at any location, but the location I'm at is the Ovid Family Community Library. And documentation is revealing where the sun is supposedly remaining over the Upland Public Library for the duration of the day as I capture that light activity. But again, there's not only that, you have what is the entity keeping the light source at that very venue of the Ovid Family Community Library. Early in the morning, I documented 7:34 a.m. where it's over me at that same parking lot side. I'm capturing it at 9:35 in the morning at the very front. Where the City of Ontario's group Stalking, and also then at 10 o'clock in the morning where I am standing in the same walkway area where I captured again another video today at 5:45 p.m. It's in the same location. That is capturing the demonic setting. That is capturing what is the presence of Satan. And Satan is present through what are the demons of the Ontario Police Department, who are engaging in what is entirely terrorizing conduct, revealing both their condition and the criminal system that they are obsessively engaging in. And it includes what is centered around stalking me and doing so in helicopter. And that's what I captured at 5:45 p.m. under that scientific impossibility, which is revealing the condition of this corrupt police department. And it is the fact that they are demon possessed and are fully engaged in what is stalking me, while I remain subject to what is federal group stalking and monitoring, a satanic targeting system. And understand, not only is this terrorism on its face, but this is terrorism by virtue of, as what I've revealed, the satanic conduct in and of itself. Stalking while you're of that condition, doing so as the police, and doing so in concert with the people of the state who are surrounding and stalking with that police agency. That is terrorism as well. And it's revealing and speaking to what is the criminalization of such demonic activity. And that's what the Ontario Police Department continuously engage in. Again, it's speaking to what is the current time. It's 10:28 p.m. And I'm now leaving the Ontario Town Square. And I captured multiple videos of the Ontario Police Department returning on multiple occasions, as I captured in, I believe, 3 additional videos after 5:45 p.m. So 9:36 p.m., the entity flies directly. The entity is the Ontario Police Department. They are using helicopters flying over my head, and it is you're clearly focused on me. There's no question. I mean, the entity is engaging in this for years, but like I said, this is in every way, obsessive stalking by a police agency. This is the agency again. You need to understand, as I'm documenting in the video and I'm pointing out to you the reality, these minions that are surrounding Alexander, in other words, the overweight Latino male who was monitoring me in the bathroom while my panties are down. He represents the Ontario Police Department, who are engaging in this criminal system. And as I step out of the doors of the Ovid Family Community Library and I capture the entity stalking me by helicopter, the Ontario Police Department, that's exactly the case, and that remains the case while I'm inside documenting the entity stalking. Now, if you recall, their Ontario Ovid Family Community Library engages in multiple occasions of summoning the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, who are also at the same time engaging in what is terrorizing stalking activity by helicopter, which is documentation that pre-existed Sean Thrasher's multiple acts of criminal summoning, and also continues to occur, which is what I documented today. And so this is speaking to, again, the entity's conduct of what is the grounds of federal prison for the demon-possessed police agencies who are engaging in what the Ontario Police Department is exhibiting. This is what police agencies are engaging in this country. And it is also speaking to the criminal system that the people of the state are fully engaged in. They're instrumental in that. All right, and this is the Ontario Police Department that is following right now while I'm documenting that. And as I referenced in my video, which is while I'm at the Ontario Town Square, the fourth incident where the entity is flying directly over me by helicopter, this is the grounds of what is disbanding these criminally infected and demon-possessed agencies. I want you to listen to this. They're flying right over me, not over the Ontario Town Square anymore, flying over Metro 102, the entire apartment complex. You're talking about what is a massive prosecution of the people of the state who are, by virtue, they're just here at Metro 102. You could document that. All right, you're talking about what is prosecution, grounds of federal prison, everybody inside of the apartment complex that lives there, because everybody inside of that apartment complex is monitoring. That's how the Ontario police, this is how the demon-possessed and corrupt police agencies are engaging in what is group stalking. And while the entity is engaging in that, while I'm reminding you about the criminal activity, for example, of Sean Thrasher, who was going to federal prison, and that is an unlawful threat. While the entity engages in that conduct, that's the very criminal conduct that they are engaging in with those police officers who they then summon while you're being documented engaging in criminal conduct. That is a very unstable psychopath who belongs in federal prison. It is a direct reflection of what is the threat that the people of the state wage. And as you hear the Ontario police, that's 10:31 p.m. flying right over me while I'm standing in front of Metro 102, flying over Metro 102 apartments. In my videos that you'll see, the Ontario police are flying over me at the Ontario Town Square. The entity is flying over the 280 North Limit apartments while I'm over in that direction, and completely in every way, in other words, focused on where I am located, which is clearly the case. I mean, they're clearly stalking. They're not flying over there by the Ontario Museum. I would have no indication of the presence if that was the case. The entity is stalking me by helicopter, and that's what the Ontario police are routinely engaging in. What the Ontario Police Department engage in, what I continuously document, is speaking to what is, again, that culture that is inexistent in this country, and it is speaking to what is absolutely unreasonable and unfounded based on the criminal conduct that I'm documenting that the Ontario police are engaging in. The impunity and the highly despicable and unfathomable criminal conduct that police are engaging in. The Ontario police are not acting alone. This is not an anomaly. I am capturing for you what is the reality of the corruption in this country, and it is that which the police are at the forefront of. Now, this culture that's existing in the court systems, again, creating a culture whereby you somehow, for some reason, for some unfounded reason, I find it to be unfounded, that you need for some reason, whatever reason, way more evidence in order to prosecute a police officer than you would for any other defendant that has any allegations against them, and why. Okay, it's unfounded because of the impunity that the police are demonstrating while they're engaged in criminal conduct. Let me be clear. You're a criminal stalking in helicopter. That's what you're doing. Like I said, it's terrorism on its face. Not only that, they're monitoring, which is also the established pattern of conduct. This is in every way impunity. There is no grounds and under any circumstances for to establish or to justify the culture in the criminal justice system as it relates to what is the treatment of the police in this country and in the state of California. It doesn't exist, and it's entirely unfounded. The Ontario Police Department are not engaging in something that's random or something that's different or something that's distinct. I have captured for the world to witness what is the true nature of these corrupt police agencies. And it is surrounded by what is the evidence of federal group stalking and monitoring. And like I stated, I have captured it because I'm in California, but by virtue of what is the criminal setting and the behavioral pattern, you are also witnessing what's going on in the rest of the country. And you know that by what is the environment that I'm showing you is ongoing. And the environment that's around me is an impossible one to actually naturally occur. This is a revealing of what is demonic activity. And in other words, you're capturing what are these minions of Satan that are in the position of law enforcement. While they're revealing, they're literally how they are not in any way worthy of, or it is entirely unjust that they are treated different from any other criminal. Okay, they're blatantly engaging in criminal conduct. Not only that, they're engaging in what I have established as criminal conduct that, moreover, is even more egregious, and they're doing it to somebody who is documenting it. That's all levels of what is communicating in some way that you are in some position that you're above the law. Because this is speaking to what is going to be exposed on the world stage, even more so than what I am doing now unilaterally. This is showing the world what is the culture amongst the demon-possessed, because that's their condition. Do not forget that. The demon-possessed police departments who are monitoring American citizens, they're doing it with the demon-possessed people of the state. They're doing it in what is not with ongoing knowledge of the fact that I am exposing it. I'm exposing also, while they're engaging and continuously monitoring me and I'm documenting it, I'm exposing their genuine attitude toward the American citizens' constitutional rights, towards what is the respect for the Constitution and the laws and the human rights of an American citizen, and how they genuinely, what their genuine posture is, what their attitude toward that is, and the ways in which in the criminal court system, you are necessarily adjusting the ways in which they are treated under the law. It is absolutely unfounded that they're treated different with regard to the level of evidence required to prosecute a criminal that's affiliated with a police department. No. I'm showing you what's impunity. I'm showing you what's the corruption that is long existed. I have exposed it for you, and it's unmistakable. This is long established stalking. There's no question about what the Ontario Police Department is doing. I've shown you even as I go from city to city, there is no question about what the police departments in the state of California are doing. Not only that, they're not just stalking me by helicopters, they're monitoring. They're monitoring a violation of federal law. And then they are doing it while they know they're being documented. That is communicating a threat while you are also communicating somehow that you find yourself to be impervious under the law to prosecution, to being documented. That is absolutely in contradiction with the very identity of what is a police officer. And the way in which the laws, the criminal justice system seems to provide what is favor toward them, and the attitude which tends to suggest that we should lean away from prosecuting police officers as opposed to prosecuting them based on the evidence that's presented against them. And this is the culture that needs to change. That needs to change. And it is entirely unfounded when I'm showing you the raw criminal conduct of demon-possessed criminals. Not only their criminal conduct, but I'm telling you their secret. They're such egregious criminals. They're so despicable because they work for Satan. These are minions. That also speaks to what is that mind state, very imbalanced, of much of a threat. And every minion inside of Metro 102 apartments, they're monitoring with the government. They're facilitating criminal activity. Additional grounds which are showing the absolute zero basis for any credence to the notion that the police should be treated or examined or assessed as being unlikely to engage in what is any allegations of criminal conduct because of by virtue of their position, and how it's not I would say, with regard to my knowledge of in studying law and case law and whatnot, there is a general attitude that it's unhealthy for society, it's not productive for society to create a general attitude, which by virtue of the criminal justice system and tending to prosecute more frequently based on evidence, by the way, a police officer, and instead of doing that, raising, because that's essentially what you're doing. You're raising the bar for whatever reason because they're a police officer, and you're not treating them the same way with the same evidence an ordinary criminal, okay, an ordinary defendant. That's something that's looked at or viewed as something that's not productive in society, because we need to take on a notion where we are honoring and encouraging police departments, and by allowing them essentially to get away with criminal activity, you are encouraging the ongoing morale of police departments. I find that to be totally irrelevant. Okay, justice is justice. Criminal conduct is criminal conduct, and justice is no respecter of any person. I don't care what, and not only that, it should be the exact opposite. Because you are in that position, there should be zero tolerance. You should have no business in that position whatsoever. You're breeding corruption. And let me tell you something, it's not a coincidence. That's how that corruption is facilitated. That's how it's perpetuated. That's how it's existing. They're giving you some fanciful narrative in order to justify what is allowing criminals to get away with it who are affiliated with police departments. That's what they're doing in the court system. And I've shown you also, I've documented also the corruption in those very courts. It is not just in San Bernardino County. I have documented the pattern of conduct and what the courts are doing in the state of California. It's not some anomaly in Southern California, what I documented. It's not. This is what the state of California is doing. And it's relevant to what is criminal conduct that the ordinary American citizen does not even know is going on. The ordinary American citizen, not the demon-possessed one that's placing American citizens under surveillance. The minions that are engaging in this criminal conduct with the police know exactly what's going on. It's public corruption. They know. You're just never supposed to find out. All right? So like I said, this is speaking to what is federal prison for the people of the state. And the people of the state, literally, as I'm documenting in multiple videos of what I captured and what you're listening on podcast to, the entity flies directly over me again and flies directly over Metro 102, the apartment buildings that I'm standing in front of. What do you think Metro 102 apartments are engaging in? They're monitoring with the demon-possessed Ontario police. They're monitoring with communication devices. All right, this is why the fake sun is over me, over the Metro 102 apartment, in conflict with common sense, nature, science, etc. This is why. That's the direct evidence of it. That's why the entity is aiming directed light onto the Metro 102 apartments, into the venue. And I'm just using Metro 102 as an example because this is the pattern of conduct everywhere I go. Okay? That is showing what is the criminal cooperative, the people of the state, demons alike. All right, and so I captured several videos. At 9:36 p.m., the entity flies directly over my head while I am not at the Ovitt Family Community Library. That's why the Ontario police aren't flying over the Ovitt Family Community Library. They're flying over me at the Ontario Town Square. And I captured on video as it occurs moments later again, while the Ontario police then flies the opposite direction, flies directly over my head, which I capture on video at approximately 9:44 p.m. The Ontario Police Department then engage in what is flying in a circle while amplifying the sound of helicopter around me. That's the ongoing impossible audible activity. It's demonic as well. That's a demon that's pacing. All right? While the people of the state are engaging in what is criminal surveillance, surrounding me at the Ontario Town Square, which is what they're doing in traffic right now. This is why I have stood on this street and documented for hours the people of the state. And let me be clear, it's the same entity where I went to Chino today and documented. It's the same exact entity. Subject to the same exact prosecution resulting in federal prison, by the way. What the Ontario Police Department are engaging in is what the Chino Police Department is engaging in. It's what the Fontana Police Department is engaging in. It's what the Upland Police Department is engaging in. As I've also documented. It's a matter of objective evidence. So, like I stated, this is what I capture on video, and literally as I'm speaking of it, you have the Ontario police that fly over by helicopter. This is that ongoing demonstration. This is literally Satan begging for a reassessment of the way in which we are treating the police under the laws as they exist in the criminal court, in the criminal justice system. They are not in any way above suspicion. They are not in any way even deserving of an attitude whereby you're requiring some higher level of evidence. Let me get this demon going to federal prison. License 7VZG665, monitoring with the Ontario police. And you have the entity engaging what is conduct that is speaking to the very you're corroborating the very argument. And now I'm just not just making an argument. I'm documenting and I'm showing you what is the legal analysis behind what you are looking at. This is how you analyze it. And what are they doing? They're engaging in more of it. This is an entity this is a police department. This is a corrupt criminal activity, which you are witnessing with your eyes. I'm not just stating it, you're looking at it. And also, what are you going to analyze? Like any other stalker, because that's what the Ontario Police Department are. Like any other sex offender, because that's what the Ontario Police Department is. That's what they are. All right, like any other criminal violating federal law, engaging in criminal monitoring, because that's exactly what they are. That's what they're doing, while they are also communicating something. By virtue of the crime of monitoring, you're also monitoring, you're placing under surveillance one that you know is going to capture video of your stalking. I'm going to play that in federal court. Now, I am prosecuting the entity, and Ontario Police is not getting away with anything of it. But what you're going to analyze is, because I'm doing more than prosecuting, the culture is going to shift. The culture needs to shift. The Ontario police are are showing an attitude which is that of the demon-possessed, the minions of Satan across this country who are working for police departments. This is their attitude. The Ontario Police Department is exhibiting it. They're hostile to your constitutional rights. They're hostile to your human rights. They're hostile to your audacity to document their criminal conduct, their hypocrisy. Their criminal activity. They're hostile to it. License 6AWY 971 Federal Prison, 8WCC 936 Federal Prison. That's where they're going, okay? They're monitoring together. That's an impermissible threat. As audacious as the Ontario Police Department are, that's how the people of the state are. They're going to federal prison, 8 UAF 139, 8 NAF 139. All right, violent sex offenders. And everybody inside of Metro 102 at 102 Lemon Avenue in Ontario, California, the 280 North Lemon Apartments, where the entity is keeping a fake sun as I'm documenting at 10:19 in the morning. And then when I'm arriving after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then it's there. That's not the sun. That's not the natural environment. It's also where the entity is flying over my head by helicopter. Federal prison. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how many liver spots you have. All right, it's a threat to the life of an American citizen. And Satan is the one that's relying on you to be distracted by the geezers who are monitoring, who are puppets of Satan. They're sitting up in there monitoring, group stalking, okay? Using their canes, creating light activity, moving around in engineered light, while they're limping around in engineered light, while they're making any sort of noise to create audible activity, stalking you in engineered light with the entity that's flying over your head by helicopter. They are not going to be treated any differently under federal law. They can sit in federal prison until they keel over and die. License plate X844A0 federal prison. This is speaking to, I'm using raw terminology because this is raw criminal activity. And I'm speaking to what is dirt old criminals. 8BHB589 federal prison, impunity, all right? Engaging in stalking in plain sight with the Ontario Police, with the Chino Police Department, with the Fontana Police Department. This is what you're looking at. This is what I captured in multiple videos. And that's what you heard the Ontario Police Department repeating. And you're also looking at what is obsessive stalking. They're stalking me everywhere that I'm going, including while my panties are down. They're stalking by helicopter. When I'm sleeping, even when I'm sleeping outside, guess what? That's how important Erica Lorraine Spencer is. They're stalking by helicopter. License plate 8CRX940 wants to go to federal prison because they're monitoring documentation. That's exactly where they're going. The entity is engaging in what is stalking me by helicopter while I'm sitting outside of the Ovid Family Community Library. Guess what? Patricia, Miss Rosa, Alexander, Sean Thrasher, Melissa, they're going to federal prison, okay? That's exactly where they're going as a matter of justice. The police are demonstrating what is that attitude, that posture, while they are speaking to what is the actual culture amongst the police. You're going to literally blow that up. You're going to cause that to, you're going to literally, I mean, that needs to go. I don't know any other way to put that, but I am not tolerating that whatsoever. Not only am I documenting it because the world needs to witness this, the corruption that's present in this country. It's not just the Ontario Police Department, like I said. It's not just, obviously you know that. I've documented the Los Angeles Police. I'm everywhere that I go, the entity is stalking me by helicopter. This is the culture. This is corruption. This is fury while I'm exposing what the state of California is doing. The Ontario Police Department is the most heavily documented, and you have the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. You can go onto my website right now. Every single last one of them that I named, they're going to federal prison. In addition to what is the Ontario Police Department, I have named them specifically. I've documented them by podcast on my web. They're all going to federal prison. In addition to what is the prosecution of the Ontario Police Department in general, any way in which that I've documented, anybody that I named, they're going to federal prison. Okay, but you're talking about, in addition to that, the Ontario Police Department, you're going to deal with them. There are those who I have not specifically encountered who are also going to federal prison. Okay, like I said, it's 10:47 p.m. Union Pacific. License 8RMV562 federal prison. Monitoring with the Ontario Police. Union Pacific, that's a company monitoring with the Ontario Police. What you'll also see in that video is the entity flying directly over my head at that Ontario Town Square. Guess where the planes are flying now? Right here on Holt Boulevard, not flying over Ontario Town Square, where the entity is also concentrating Union Pacific. This is literally audible activity which you will play, and you will hold companies accountable, and they will be subject to what is federal prison. They're monitoring. The entity stalking by police, creating an ongoing environment where criminal monitoring is facilitated. It does not matter what the company name is. 7JVP122 federal prison. Running a red light, trying to avoid my identifying their license plate while they're group stalking with Union Pacific, while directed light is moving all across Metro 102, while the entity is following me by commercial airline planes and by helicopter. Federal prison. 8FMR814, molesting. All right, and has been molesting, the entity going out of its way to harass with directed light. This is understanding the personality of Satan. The personality of Satan is illustrated through the criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department. Understand what I'm exposing. All right, very unstable psychopaths, very, very hostile while I expose their criminal activity. This is the criminal activity of the demon possessed. The demon possessed are in positions of law enforcement, and understand they're in that position on purpose. They're in that position on purpose. Stalking with light, they're going to federal prison. License 7CJL585. African-American female. She's group stalking at B Street in Euclid. She loiters in the street. She's thinking about where she's going to go while she's aiming light on me. She's going to federal prison, her and her bad weed. She's in the middle of the night stalking with the Ontario police at 10:49 p.m. She's also going to be prosecuted as a sex offender. License plate 5 U.S.C 303. She's a sex offender engaging in ongoing molestation with directed light while the entity was engaging in that conduct and touching me in ways in which light would never reach over there at that time. That's the demon possessed who are also stalking by helicopter. 8JSV 330. Engaging in a molestation while the people that say that's what this African-American minion is engaging in. She's group stalking, and she's doing so on behalf of the entity. 5 U.S.C 303 is molesting with her and stalking in concert with the Ontario Police Department. All right, 7 AAV 726, 69234K3, 5 BHU 306, 5 FIG 181. BE29N22, 5055OY2, 8FSD 613, 8ZCE 503, 7 PWV 123, 5 JOR 477, 6 PXA 523, 5 UAE 144, 8 YAX 259, 8 VRP 650. Let me get this correct license plate over here. That is 8XAV 859. Federal prison. Let me finish reading these license plates. 6 EEF 870. And again, while they're driving around in circles, this is impunity. So like I said, you're not just going to spend a few days in federal prison. All right, this is the entity that's a violent sex offender. It's demonstrated through the Ontario Police Department following me around by helicopter and molesting with directed light. That's called impunity. You want to go to federal prison for a long time. All right, that's what the Ontario Police also demonstrate. While they're doing that, they're also demonstrating that there are zero grounds that the police are given any sort of treatment as though that they are above suspicion, or that it is so unlikely and improbable, and that it's not productive with regard to our society that you prosecute the police departments, period, or police officers based on the evidence that's presented against them. It's not impossible. It's not anything that is unproductive for society. It's exactly what society needs. They are wildly corrupt. Wildly. Okay? 8SVK014. And that's what it is. This lawlessness, these demons that are stalking in helicopters, it is that is the most potent evidence that I have against what is the, not just the Ontario Police Department, obviously, because I have tons of police departments engaging in that. 8 NUB 458. What I have is the evidence speaking to what is the grounds of shifting the culture with regard to the treatment of the police. You're talking about what is achieving justice and treating them, by the way, as the criminals that they are. FO23T0. And the criminals that they are entitled to their day in court, sure, that's fine, but you're going to be treated like every other defendant. Prosecuted based on evidence. You're not raising the level of evidence. You're not providing them some unfounded basis of, some presumption. Oh, it's just so unlikely. I see the evidence, but it's just so unlikely. So we're not. That's entirely unjust. And it's absurd, especially when I'm showing you what is the very likelihood that police are engaging in criminal activity, violating the constitutional and human rights of American citizens. All right, 6KRP037, 7WQL373, 6LYN840, and they're doing it while minions, they're demons. 7E33833 and 8XAV859. They're doing it as minions. The system is designed, let me tell you something, the system is designed to protect them while they engage in the bidding of Satan itself. Yes, that's what I'm revealing, and that's exactly what needs to change. That's exactly what's going to change. Okay? This is, I believe, Amtrak monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. Amtrak is present at the Ontario station. It's amplification. It's crossing a path. It is 10:53 p.m. And this is just a sample. I just want to document some of those. Like I said, I documented, there's a whole pool of defendants that are documented already with regard to the prosecution and the ways in which the people of the state are going to be, they shall be subject to what justice requires, and it includes federal prison, and it includes federal prison for a very long time. All right, they demonstrate that through their very criminal conduct. Okay, their thirst requires quenching that. Okay, Satan, you're going to satiate the thirst of Satan with federal prison for a very long time. License 7ZDZ 633. 7WTL29, I believe. I can't really see that. You can scratch that one. 7FFC 671. And this is the criminal conduct with the Ontario Police. Ontario Police didn't go anywhere. They're still stalking by helicopter. They are engaging in what is the provision of evidence against the police departments in this country. That's what you need to understand. All right, because that's what this is about. I'm documenting the state of California. I'm revealing what's going on in this country. The Ontario Police Department, the Fontana Police Department, the Upland Police Department. Don't forget what the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. Guess what the entity was doing while they were kidnapping me? Okay, stalking by helicopter. The impossible audible activity of sounding loud helicopter activity inside of my cell, terrorizing me even while they were kidnapping me with helicopter activity. That's how bad they want to stalk with helicopters. That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing while I was kidnapped. Okay, that's the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, who was also group stalking, as I've documented, for example, at the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department on April 8, 2022, while the entity is stalking me by helicopter, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department group stalking a relevant position. This is a pattern of what is the group stalking and monitoring. The entity stalks with helicopters. All right, as I've documented, the Montclair Police Department, the entity is engaging in this criminal activity. It is the P.O.C. The San Bernardino Police Department, I've documented it over and over again for a term of years. The Ontario Police Department is engaging in, and all the police departments that I'm just reminding you of, let me get this, federal prison, 6Y VW 520. The entity is engaging in what is the criminal conduct that is exposing what the police departments in this country are engaging in. And the clear absence of any grounds to provide them different treatment under the law with regard to the standard of evidence, with regard to our attitude and whether we should convict them or how productive that will be for society. It is entirely productive that they are prosecuted as based on allegations and evidence that's substantiated. It is in no way helpful or healthy to society in order to, in other words, permit them to engage in what is corruption and criminal conduct and violating American citizens. And I don't care how big or small it is. All right. And that is speaking to what is actually healthy for society, because that's how you get what the Ontario Police Department are doing. The very culture that we have now in the criminal justice system, that's how you get that. That's how you get that. And guess what? It's happening on purpose. Guess where Satan's minions are? I documented them. They're sitting on the bench. They're in the DA's office. They're in the public defender's office. They tried to kidnap me. They're going to federal prison. I've documented Satan in the courts. There's a reason why that culture exists. It is serving for what are Satan's minions. 8SWW894 molesting, and she's going to federal prison. License 7ZSX099, demons pacing back and forth. Molesting. That's called impunity. That's called impunity, and the Ontario Police Department demonstrate the same impunity. That's what's so despicable about this, and that's why you have a lot of people that are going to federal prison as I establish this precedent. Because this is going down, this is establishing precedent, and you're understanding how the federal government must react to this. And this is how you are necessarily, I've shown you the personality of Satan. It is not enough that a minion loses their job. Oh, no. You're going to federal prison, and you're not going to get out. License 8SZZ945, I believe. It's not enough that you lose their job. And not only that, they should lose their job and never be permitted to practice, to be in law enforcement, by the way. You're talking about anywhere. Being prosecuted federally for federal group stalking and monitoring, no law enforcement in any state, ever. You're done. In addition to that, you're talking about federal prison. License 7MBR081. You have what is the entity engaging in this criminal conduct and doing so with impunity. That's exactly the impunity that the Ontario Police Department demonstrate while they are providing what is evidence against the police departments in this country. Like I stated, that's my point. The ability for me to capture what I have captured. You're talking about throughout, outside of San Bernardino County, Los Angeles County, over a term of years. It is beyond. It's impossible that there would ever be any coincidence. There is no coincidence, no such thing. And I'm also, it's not only that it's not a coincidence even in and of itself, just along with the stalking by helicopter, but I'm also showing you what's that specific environment where they're stalking me by helicopter. They're monitoring. I'm telling all of their secrets, and you need to understand what needs to shift. It is the attitude toward law enforcement. These are the demon-possessed population, and they are in positions that are very dangerous to the public, very dangerous to American society. And they are in positions and have been in positions for a long time, engaging in what is corruption, which is facilitated by the demons who are in the court system. That's how that's working. That's how that works. And it's not by coincidence. It is by design. It's by design. Breaking that entire system down. I'm showing you what they're all doing together. First of all, they're all monitoring American citizens together. All of them are monitoring together, facilitating criminal conduct, a matter of public corruption. And it's not just in California. I happen to be in California, but I've lived outside of the country. I've lived outside of the state. And guess what was happening when I lived in, for example, Florida, when I went to Georgia, okay, when I went to West Virginia? It was a sunny day. I saw the sun in the sky. Right? That's impossible to be the case, though, when the entity is keeping a sun over me when I'm remaining inside of a building all day long in Upland, California, at the Ovid Family Community Library. There's no sun possibly over my dorm room in Naples, Florida. But that's what was going on. The sun right over outside. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. Okay. Every single day, sunny every day, right above my head. It was beautiful. Right? That's the unnatural environment. This is going on across the country. It's demonic. And they're minions. They're minions. All right? They are, this is the army of Satan that is in positions that they are literally engaging in what is criminal conduct unbeknownst to the ordinary American citizen. And there is a reason why this culture toward what are the criminals of the Ontario Police Department. Ontario Police Department is doing nothing other than providing what is the information with regard to what the average police department is engaging in: group stalking, violating American citizens, abuse of power, abuse of their positions, and doing so, engaging in criminal conduct while they don't even actually have authority under the law. They're engaging in violating the law. They're monitoring American citizens. And this is ongoing in the country. They're monitoring American citizens, and they are exercising fictitious authority under the law as though they have the authority to pull you over pursuant to probable cause or reasonable suspicion. By virtue of engaging in criminal monitoring, you don't have any of that. You are entirely a criminal, relying on what is your outward appearance and the vehicle you're driving. All right? You look like a police officer. All right, you're sitting around talking and you're in the uniform of a police officer. You're driving a police officer's vehicle and you're just engaging in what is literally filling the shoes of what would ordinarily be presumed the legal authority of a police officer. While you are engaging in criminal conduct, you are on the wrong side of the law, exercising fictitious authority. That's public corruption. That's what's going on in the country. Ontario Police Department is literally a real life illustration of what's going on in the rest of the country and what is necessary to change. You need to change. You need to open. And that change is not because I'm just urging it. Open your eyes. This documentation has more than one purpose. It is telling you more than one. It's showing you and revealing more than one message. And it's also revealing how the police are engaging in. Where does this attitude come from? Why would you provide such evidence of you're clearly stalking? Why would you be so bold to provide that evidence? You pay attention to that. Why would you do that? Who do you think you are? What is it that you think you're going to get away with? These are reasonable questions when you're engaging in that conduct. That's reasonable. And you need to answer that with federal prison. You are out of law enforcement for good in this country. No, that's not welcome. That's not tolerated at all. Okay. And very serious consequences are necessary, absolutely necessary, not just based on the criminal activity. I have shown you what are the psychopaths that are the demon possessed. Their condition is no longer a secret to you. You are dealing with what are psychopaths. That's very, very dangerous, who need to suffer the consequences, the most severe consequences. Based on that psychopath, that sociopath that is trying to appear normal to you. They're not normal. And you also see that very vividly while they're stalking me by helicopter day and night. They're not normal. They are lawless criminals, animals. Okay? And that needs to be addressed under federal policy. You are gathering all of that while you hear the entity flying over me again at Metro 102 Apartments by helicopter. While, by the way, they know exactly what I'm documenting. That's why they're flying over me where I'm at, because they know exactly where I am. All right. You are intending to threaten an American citizen, and you're supposed to be the police. The Ontario police don't have a prayer in court. My position is not one where I am, there's going to be no argument. There is no justifying. There is no argument. There is nobody that can stand with a straight face in a court and defend the Ontario Police Department or any other police department. That's not what this is about. You need to understand it's beyond the Ontario Police Department. The Ontario Police Department are exhibiting what is the culture in the criminal justice system. They're engaging in that conduct, and they're engaging in conduct as though they are impervious to prosecution and documentation because of the culture in this country. And that is not a coincidence. It is design. There is corruption in the court system, and I've documented it. I've showed you that. That's exactly what I have shown. That's exactly what they've exhibited. And that's how you have the police engaging in that sort of impunity. That's how you have that. Okay, it's a machine, a corrupt one. It's a machine. You're going to blow that machine to smithereens. You're going to blow it up. That's exactly what I'm doing. All right. There is zero tolerance for that. And all I'm doing is breaking down. Let me put it in your face for you to see. It's undeniable. There is absolutely no basis for the treatment of the police departments, for the officers in these positions, the way in which they're treated under the law in these courts. There's no grounds for it. You shall be prosecuted based on the evidence presented against you. You are afforded no presumption of being so unlikely because of your position, and it's unproductive for society. That's a bunch of bull. Excuse my French. That's entirely unfounded. It is unsubstantiated. While I am showing you what is despicable, egregious, and reprehensible criminal activity by police. And I've shown that from city to city to city to city to city to county. I've shown that. All right. So anyway, that's what I captured in several videos. This is the evidence speaking to how federal law is treating what's going on in this country. I'm documenting it in the state that I happen to be in. It's in California. It's relevant to what's going on in the rest of the country, and the laws and the treatment, and especially amongst with regard to the prosecution of the people of the state. When I say federal prison, that's exactly what I mean. I'm not just throwing that out. This is unlawful, threatening conduct, engaging in what is public corruption. You're looking at psychopaths sitting inside of Starbucks today. Okay, psychopaths trying to keep a straight face while I'm capturing their criminal activity. That's a freak. That's reprehensible conduct. That's what it is. I am shining a light on their corruption. All right. And while you want to go in and order a Starbucks drink, in other words, you want to engage in relevant positioning, you want to engage in what is presence on behalf of the police department, engaging in criminal surveillance on their behalf. That's called impunity. You respond as a matter of justice to impunity with taking their freedom. They don't deserve it. They are robbing an American citizen of their freedom and their liberty. You take theirs. That's necessary as a matter of justice. And while they demonstrate that impunity, you take it for a long time. You take it for a long time. You don't get out. Okay. It is currently 11:07 p.m. and I am at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. The people are engaged in what is surveillance. Group stalker on the opposite side of the museum, a group stalker sitting on the bench with their back, groups monitoring. Okay. And the entity is engaging what is pacing around on Euclid Avenue and Hope Boulevard. And the Ontario Police Department is group stalking, following me to the museum in the same way that they followed me and remained where I am, stalking by helicopter at the Ovid Family Community Library, stalking by helicopter at the Ontario Town Square, stalking by helicopter as I walk to the Metro 102 apartments, and they remain following, listening to me prosecute and expose them and the rest of the demon-possessed police agencies across this country, because that's what I'm doing. I'm telling you what Satan is doing around this country. And I'm not just telling you, I'm capturing video, I'm capturing it on my podcast, and I'm telling you what Satan is doing in this country, amongst the demon-possessed police agents. Satan has them positioned. Satan has them surrounded with what is the ability with regard to how they're treated in the courts and how they're treated under the law in an environment, in a culture that enables them to engage in this matter of what is corrupt criminal activity. That's how it exists. And I say, first of all, it's not even, it's entirely unfounded the way you're treated under the law. I see evidence which should have resulted in what is a prosecution, but that's not what happens ordinarily. And there's no grounds for it. And not only that, the impunity that I'm capturing in hundreds of videos of the police that are stalking me by helicopter, terrorizing me by helicopters, stalking me by a bunch of demon-possessed minions who are police departments, stalking me. I'm the priority. Like, they are following me from place to place to place and have been doing so for years. While you are engaging in that, that is also speaking to what is absolutely unfounded. There is zero basis for any of this treatment in the criminal justice system. That needs to shift. And as far as I'm concerned, it's going to shift. It is currently 11:09 p.m. and this is P.O.C.